no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
Stretch words like
no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
stretch words like
no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
stretch words like
no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
stretch words like
no. fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
stretch words like
no. no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Here. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear. But I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
Stretch words like
Okay, guys, how's everybody doing? So my plans for today's show was a little bit different, but we're going to get right into this case because it is actually going on. This I should say Cardi B, but Cardi B's baby daddy, honey, is on trial, and I forgot about that. But let's kind of get into it, y'all. Because they are live here. Just give me a second. All right, let's kind of get into it, y'all. She said, just so much mess. Right? It's so much mess. Like, I literally had planned for something else. I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I may have to jump on here again later on because let's kind of get into this case. Now, let me kind of give y'all a little bit of background on what I'm getting ready to show you guys. Just give me a second. Now, y'all know, if you don't, this is Cardi B's daughter or son. Y'all let me know in the chat. Does Cardi B have a boy or a girl by him? I really don't know. But as of May 4th, this is a trial. You guys know, that he did play for the New England Patriots, but he was accused of strangling, putting his hands on somebody, okay? Now, this lady's name is Jamila Adams, and they are at trial. So let's just watch it because I don't know what they're going to say.
How she continued working for him afterwards. How she had a dispute with him over a payment. How his staff told her that she needed to sign a non-disclosure agreement to get paid. I expect she'll tell you that it wasn't until after this incident in December 2nd that anyone talked to her about a non-disclosure agreement. I expect for her to tell you how she eventually left that job as a chef, Mr. Diggs, and how she...
And I'm sorry, hi to everybody in the chat. I just wanted to jump right in and get started, but hi to everybody. Thank you for being here.
Eventually reported what happened to her to the police. You also have an opportunity to hear from an officer from the Dedham Police, one Kenneth Ellis. He'll tell you about his training that he undertook in order to become an officer and how on December the 16th, Ms. Jamila Adams came to the Dedham Police Station to talk to the police. He'll be able to tell you a bit about that encounter, what he saw, a little bit about that conversation, and ultimately how he chose to, how charges were filed against Mr. Diggs. Now, in this case, Mr. Diggs has no obligation to call any witnesses. He may choose not to call any witnesses, and you cannot hold that against him. But in the event that he does call witnesses, I ask that you give his witnesses the same care, the same attention, and the same scrutiny that you give to the Commonwealth's witnesses. It's part of your job as jurors, as the master of the facts, to listen to every witness, to pay attention, and to assess their credibility. In doing so, I ask that you keep two things in mind. One, what the witness had an opportunity to see or not to see. Whether the witness had an actual opportunity to witness the crime or just saw things in and around it. And two, what sort of financial relationship each witness had to Mr. Diggs. I imagine the defense may argue that Ms. Adams' financial dispute with Mr. Diggs is an important part of this case, and I'd say it is an important part of this case. But just in the same way that her financial relationship to Mr. Diggs is important, so is all the witnesses' financial relationship to Mr. Diggs. Now, at the conclusion of evidence, I'll have an opportunity to come back to you again. During that time, in closing arguments, I'll ask you to come to a decision based on the evidence you heard. But right now, what I'm asking you is to not come to any decisions. Right now, your main job is to listen. It's to pay attention, to give every bit of evidence the attention and the scrutiny it deserves. And when I say every bit of evidence, I do mean every bit of evidence, because in cases like this, every bit of evidence is important. Thank you.
Counsel, do you care to open?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, again, ladies and gentlemen. The assault the Commonwealth just described in their opening statement in only a few sentences. It never happened. Did not happen. There was no strangulation. There was no assault. There was no incident on December 2nd or any other day. There were 6 people in Mr. Diggs' home on December 2nd, and not one heard or saw anything out of the ordinary. The Commonwealth has no physical evidence. There are no medical records. There are no photos or videos showing any injuries. There are videos showing no injuries at all. Pay attention to where those came from. On December 16th, as the Commonwealth just said, Ms. Adams went to the police, and you will learn that after that, on the very day the complaint issued in this case, December 29th.
Oh, this lawyer ain't no joke. Did he just tell this woman she was lying? Really?
Demands for money from Mr. Diggs began coming from Ms. Adams' agents, starting the end of December on the 29th with over $19,000, and then most recent being a sum for quite a bit more. My name, again, is 𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐫, and with my partner, Ms. Silva, we represent Stefon Diggs, who I'm actually going to ask to stand up for a moment. Mr. Diggs is a 33-year-old professional football player and businessman. He played for the New England Patriots last year. He's from Maryland. He's joined here with his mother. Thank you. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that December 2nd, 2025 was a day like any other for Stefon Diggs. He was in a good mood. The Patriots had played the night before. They'd won. He played well. He was going to head into work on December 2nd, just like any other day after a game, for treatment, film review, team meetings. And that night, on December 2nd, 2025, he and his closest friends were scheduled to fly to Miami, Florida. That was for the 1 week off he had during the season, the 1 week of vacation. It's called a bye week. During that day, after he went to work, friends began arriving at his house, folks who were also joining him on the trip to Miami. There were other people in his house. One of those people who I expect you're going to hear from is his assistant, Janelle Salas. You'll hear people refer to her as Son. You're going to hear from Miss Salas that for the entire afternoon, she was in Mr. Diggs' home in Dedham on Schoolmaster Street, sitting in the...
And y'all know how it goes. You know, even if he did this, if she doesn't have a lot of evidence, y'all know how money, money talks. So we have to see.
kind of main area, living room, kitchen area, watching people come and go. And she was getting things ready for the trip that night. Miss Adams, you're going to hear, was also in that house. She lived and worked in that house as Mr. Diggs' chef for the regular season. And that was from July 2025 to December 2025. That morning, Miss Adams was not happy. Instead, she was quietly seething about being left off that trip to Miami. I mentioned they were going to Miami that night and that Mr. Diggs is a businessman. In Miami, you're going to hear that there was an art show where a furniture line he collaborated with a person on was being displayed. But also in Miami, you're going to hear that Mr. Diggs had a birthday party. He had just turned 33, and that there was a week's worth of fun. And Miss Adams initially was expected to be on the trip, but she had been left off. She'd been left off because she'd spent the previous several days feuding with that business partner from the furniture line who was in Miami. And that person's name is Lindsay. I'm going to get back to that in one moment. Why was Miss Adams so frustrated that morning? Why was she so upset about Mr. Diggs taking Miss Lindsay's side in a feud over hers? It's because Miss Adams wasn't just a chef. She had known Mr. Diggs for years previous to ever working for him. They had been friends, and at times they'd been friends with benefits. That relationship had led to Miss Adams getting the job to cook for Mr. Diggs. She got to live in the house. She went to games.
He gonna say friends with benefits. Come on now. Come on now. We're gonna need you to be just a little bit more professional with your words.
She sat with the owners of an NFL team, went to parties.
Please
She
have
spent
like
$2,000 a week in
appreciate it.
reimbursement for what she claimed she spent on groceries. And she had plenty of opportunity to talk to Mr. Diggs about trying to get him to invest in her to open her dream restaurant. As that season wore on, her place in Mr. Diggs' circle began to slip. And things came to a head in late November when that issue that I just mentioned, the feud between her and this person named Lindsay, popped up. That feud, it's about an anonymous blog post that was posted on the internet. Lindsay said that Miss Adams posted it. Miss Adams said Lindsay was the problem. The blog, the drama, all of that, it's not important to this case. What is important is that by December 2nd, 2025, Miss Adams was furious. She was upset about being left off the trip. She was upset about Mr. Diggs taking Lindsay's side over her in that argument. And so while he was at work, she was at the house. And you will see the text messages, I expect, that she sent to him that morning. You'll see her frustration boiled over. A quick word about those text messages. I expect you're going to see most, if not all, of these messages. And there's some language in there that is not typically courtroom appropriate. There's cursing, there's slang. The one thing I ask of you is that you don't let the way the messages, the two parties in the messages communicated with one another, interfere with your ability to understand the content and to understand their importance. Because you're going to see what that exchange was about. You're going to see it was about this dispute, about Miss Adams being left off the Miami trip, and about Mr. Diggs picking somebody else's side over her. And you're going to hear why that's important. Because as I said, Miss Adams went to the Denton Police Department on December 16th, and she made her report. And she told them the argument on December 2nd was about money. She told them that's what the fight was about over text and in real life, and that's how things got out of hand. She didn't mention Miami. Listen to what else she didn't mention. And 2 days later, she sent the Denton Police Department a screenshot of the text messages she said, and you just heard the Commonwealth say, led into that fight. Led over the phone to Mr. Diggs, coming into her room and committing this offense. And you're going to see those messages that she sent to the Denton police. And I expect that what the evidence is going to show you after you've seen those, after you've seen all the messages that she did not show to the Denton police, the evidence is going to show you that she curated the messages. She omitted some, she removed other messages before she sent them to the Denton police to fit her narrative. By the way, on December 2nd, she indicated to the police as well that she had not been paid for November. You're going to hear a little bit about her payment and about her paperwork. We'll get to that in one moment. A few of the people who you're going to hear from in this trial, many of them do work or have been associated with Mr. Diggs. Sonny, his assistant, is one of the witnesses you're going to hear from. I indicated to you she was inside the home that day, sitting in the living room, watching people come and go, doing her job like normal. She personally spoke to Miss Adams.
Yes, to the people that's just joining, this is the Stefon Diggs trial. This is his chef, the lady who accused him of strangling her.
Throughout that day, and she'll tell you what she observed. You're going to hear from other folks who talked or texted with Miss Adams that day as well. You're going to learn that Mr. Diggs had a scheduled day. He was at work in Foxborough, and even after he got back from work, he had a set schedule. He had an IV treatment for 1 hour and a 2-hour massage that followed. Following that, as I said, they were getting on the airplane and they were flying to Miami. As for Miss Adams, what you'll hear is that there was nothing out of the ordinary. She was normal. She cooked dinner for Mr. Diggs on December 2nd. She chatted on the phone and spent the afternoon and early evening in the house. And that night, she flew to New York City to spend her week off with friends. I've said normal a few times already in this case. Let me pause and tell you what normal was like in the Diggs house. Mr. Diggs is a highly regarded professional athlete. He owns a clothing line, a furniture line that I've already mentioned, and other businesses. He's a public figure. He's a coterie of family, friends, and staff around him at all times. Good professional athletes are paid very well in this country, and Mr. Diggs is very good at his job. He has the means to support his friends, family, and staff, and he takes good care of his people. You're going to hear that on December 2nd, he was taking his entire entourage on an airplane down to Miami and putting them up for a week's worth of events and parties, and that wasn't even out of the ordinary. So normal in the Mr. Diggs.
I guess he's just going to casually not mention that he has a history. He's going to casually not tell that, yeah, he used to play football, but not no more.
His house is a little bit different from normal in your house or mine. But just like any other person in this country, rich or poor, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. And any preconceptions or feelings you have about athletes, wealth, or anything else, you have to put aside and not let interfere with the oath you just took as jurors. So we've talked about December 2nd because that's the day Miss Adams claimed this incident occurred. You're going to hear about other days as well. You'll hear a little bit, like I said, about that November blog incident because it led up to the text exchange on December 2nd. The text exchange, the Commonwealth just told you, led into this physical assault that Miss Adams claims occurred. You also heard a moment ago that she flew to New York City that night. And I expect that you're going to hear from the people she stayed with in New York City. Their names are Shy Charles and Natalia Moses. They're both hairstylists who live in New York City, and you're going to see videos from Miss Adams's trip to New York City. Videos recorded only hours after she had landed, hours after this alleged incident had occurred. Videos from later that week, the next day, and a few days after that. And when you hear about those videos, ask yourself, what am I seeing? Where did the information come from? And what can it tell me? Ask yourself whether what is depicted on those videos is consistent with the Commonwealth's theory that Miss Adams was brutally assaulted by a professional athlete in her bedroom on December 2nd. Ask yourself, what would you expect to see from what the Commonwealth just described in a person's demeanor and physically on their body? There's an old axiom that the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that is the true answer. See if the Commonwealth theory accounts for all of the evidence that you're going to get to see over the next day and a half. One other thing that you are going to hear, the Commonwealth mentioned it briefly for a moment there, was that Miss Adams returned to the house in Dedham. You're going to learn that happened on December 9th, 1 week after she went to New York City. One thing you will learn about that return is that on December 16th, she told the police that she was only going there to pack her things. The evidence will show you that that was not true. She actually went back to work just like nothing had happened. Pay very close attention to the details surrounding her return on December 9th. How she got there, what she was doing, what happened after she got back to the house in the middle of the night at about 11:30 p.m. and walked in unaccompanied. Listen for those details about what she did then and what happened after, and ask yourself whether it tends to corroborate the story the Commonwealth just told you, that she was violently assaulted and strangled on December 2nd, or whether it instead suggests that nothing happened on December 2nd. As I said, after Miss Adams got back to work on December 9th, she tried to pretend that things were fine. She tried to get back in Mr. Diggs' good graces to get him to forget about the text.
I don't know about y'all. I wasn't there. Some people put in the chat, he did it. Listen, I don't watch everything as it relates to Stefon Diggs, but she ain't the only one that, have said that this man has put his hands on them. So this how I look at it. Everybody couldn't be lying. Now, if everybody is saying similar things, it probably is true. Now, the question is, girl, why did you go back? Who knows? Why did she go back? Because you only got to act like you're gonna put your hands on me, but I don't know what she was going through. Maybe she went back because she needed to get paid. I don't know, but y'all, we gonna watch it. But it seemed like he probably did it. But here's the deal: even if he did do it, that don't mean that he's going to get found guilty of it. Y'all know how it work with money. These people, they hire these really good lawyers, and a lot of times they get off.
Exchange back on December 2nd. But the damage, the argument they had on December 2nd was done, and she couldn't get back into his good graces. And even worse, she was now coming back and going to have to comply with the same rules that apply to everybody else. The Commonwealth already mentioned one of those. You're going to hear from Melissa Goddard, one of Mr. Diggs's bookkeepers who came up from Florida. She's going to tell you that she took over responsibility for Miss Adams's payment that fall, and that she found, because Miss Adams had this previous relationship with Mr. Diggs, that she had never been onboarded as a normal contractor. She had never filled out any normal paperwork. And she told the assistant Sonny and Miss Adams that they needed to follow the normal procedures. Miss Adams needed to sign proper paperwork, including signing an NDA just like anybody else. And she needed to submit actual receipts for reimbursements, just like everybody else. And you're going to see that Miss Adams ignored those requests until she couldn't anymore. And that happened around December 13th. On December 13th, you're going to learn Miss Adams got an email about that paperwork, and she got upset. She got mad again, and there was another barrage of angry text messages to Mr. Diggs. And this time, she wound up getting herself fired for good. I expect that you're going to end up seeing those messages as well. Messages the police weren't told about, because the police weren't told she went back to work after December 9th. This time, some of those messages actually were about money, but also still the same Lindsay blog post issue of Mr. Diggs picking someone over her. The end of this exchange on December 13th was more specific than December 2nd. Mr. Diggs sent $2,000 via Apple Pay that Ms. Adams claimed she owed, and told her she did not need to worry about cooking for him anymore. She was out. And this time, she knew there was no getting back in. And listen to what happened when you hear the evidence after that, after December 13th. 3 days later, as you've already heard, Miss Adams went to the police. She didn't tell them about December 13th, that she'd been fired. Instead, she told them a made-up story. She was furious, and she wanted Mr. Diggs to pay in every sense of that word. And what you will hear is that her demands for money, as I said, began on December 29th, the same day the criminal complaint issued in this case. You will also hear that as this case has gone on and public pressure has grown, that number has only gone up. And I will let her tell you what number she is now demanding from Mr. Diggs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. That's the beauty of the American justice system. You heard a little bit about the way trial works. You heard that the burden is entirely on the Commonwealth to prove its case. Their burden, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, it's the highest burden in our system. And as Mr. Virtue mentioned, Mr. Diggs has no burden whatsoever. One thing Mr. Virtue and I agree on: be skeptical with every witness. And financial incentives certainly do play a role in this case. We will call witnesses. We do so to give you the fullest possible picture of what happened and what did not happen. on December 2nd to give you the clearest picture of the truth. But then
He most definitely is saying that she's lying and she's trying to get money from him. Yeah, that is pretty much what he's saying, is that she's lying and she's only out for the money. But you know, one thing he could have did, kept his pee in his pants, because why you sleeping with somebody that's supposed to be doing something for you? And I watched some of her testimony. He was sleeping with her when he was with Cardi B.
that does not mean that we have to prove a single thing. The Commonwealth bears the burden, and the burden never shifts. That's how our system works. That's the beauty of it. That when an innocent person like Mr. Diggs is charged with a crime they didn't commit, what can they do? They can do this. They look the Commonwealth right in the eye and they say, prove it. And that's exactly what Mr. Diggs has done. That's why you are here, ladies and gentlemen. That's what a trial is. Mr. Diggs has chosen to place his fate in your hands. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the most important part of our system. I thank you, and Mr. Diggs thanks you for being here and for your service. You are the only people who can and who must hold the government to its burden. And the way you do that, it's not fancy. It's by using your common sense, your life experience, tools you use every day of your life to weigh credibility and to make decisions. And our system depends on that. You are the judges of credibility. And so I ask that you listen carefully, that you keep your full attention while you're here, and that you remember that the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts is the true answer. One of the worst things that a person can go through is to be charged with a crime that they didn't commit, especially in a situation like this one, where the charge hinges entirely on the word of a single person, and that person has millions of reasons to lie. So let's have a trial. And at the end of it, at the end of all the evidence, after you have heard it, I'm going to have the opportunity to come back and discuss the evidence as well. And at that time, I'm going to ask you to deliver what I expect will be the only true and just verdict in this case. And I can tell you right now that that will be to find Stefon Diggs not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mila Adams to stand.
Now, obviously, y'all, we got to listen to the evidence, but I think that, and this is just me, I don't know if he did it or not, but based on his history and all of these folks saying that he be putting his hands on folks, I think he did it.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jamila, Jamila, Adams, ADAMS.
And do you normally go by Jamila or
I go by Mila.
Mila? Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a professional chef. I have been working in the industry for 13 years.
So you're a professional chef. Do you work in kitchens and?
I work privately for athletes, prominent figures, and wealthy families.
So you're a private. Is there a difference between a private chef and personal chef? Are those the same things? Or?
It's pretty much the same thing.
And how long do you say you've been a private chef?
13 years.
13 years. And what sort of training did you take to become a chef?
I went to school for clinical psychology, so I have a degree in psychology. But I followed my passion in cooking because I grew up in the South and we cook. So I did some training in France and also Italy.
And
I think it's significant. The thing with a lot of these stories, y'all, is we don't know if this lady is lying. So we definitely got to hear the whole story because Stefon Diggs could be innocent. You know, she was in a relationship with him. He was in a relationship with Cardi and all type of other women. What if she just got mad? Who knows?
Kind of very generally, what does a private chef do?
We provide daily meals for our clients. So that would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It's typically a live-in situation. So readily available to them, kind of like 24 hours a day.
I like what you put in the chat. Both sides have a reason to lie. I agree with that.
So I would say it's based on client's needs. So
And
each client would, whatever your health goals were or health issues were, I will help you get better.
so you mentioned a little bit of what kind of clientele have you worked for?
Athletes, entertainers,
And without naming names, what kind of athletes or entertainers do you mean?
singers, football players, basketball players, baseball players,
And are these professionals?
very professional.
How much do you make in that job?
It ranges depending on the needs they need from me. If it's a full-time live-in, it can range from anywhere $5,300 a week to $10,000.
Turning your attention now to
She said 5,300 a week to 10,000 to cook food. Well, let me get this. Let me start the cooking then. Girl, what?
Mr. Stefon Diggs. Do you know Mr. Stefon Diggs?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I've known Stefon Diggs for over 4.5 years.
And how'd you meet him?
We met in December 22 through an Instagram message. He first wanted me to cook for him.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify him through? I see you're pointing at someone, but can you describe him just because we have to have everything on the record? You describe him either clothing he's wearing or hairstyle, anything like that?
Blue shirt and blue tie and blue suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness is identified the defendant as Mr. Stefon Diggs?
It will reflect that identification.
Thank you. Over those 4 or so years, how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met, started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
So you said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yeah.
And that's as a
February 2025, he was show with Cardi during that time.
private chef?
Yes.
Yes.
What were the sort of terms of your employment? Like were you going to be living with him?
Yes.
And how many meals or what was it like working for him?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, yes. So as far as your employment goes, what were your duties working as a Mr. Diggs private chef?
My duties were to make all his meals, his snacks, basically get him healthy. That was the start of our initially hiring me. He was coming back. It was his comeback year. And I wanted to help him get healthy, to eat better too.
So how does it, do you create a menu? Does he just tell you what he wants? Do you
I'm skilled with recovery. So I knew what it would take to get him, help him get healthy and stay healthy. Help him change his diet. So it was more so like diet change would be the focus, and just overall help.
and did you would you cook just for him or for other people as well?
Yes, I will cook for whoever was in the house.
And I know you mentioned earlier breakfast. Is that the sort of standard? Was it every day breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then?
Yes, lunch, dinner, snacks.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
And how did you get paid?
Finance office would pay me.
Did y'all hear what she said? She said he paid her 23, but if y'all was listening, she said her rate was between 53 and 10,000. So what was he giving her less? Because I don't know, because she originally testified that her rate is between 5,300 and 10,000, but somehow he was only paying 2,300.
So you said that you, while this was staying in his house, right?
Yes.
Where was this house?
7 Schoolmasters Lane,
In what town?
Dedham.
And could you describe this house? What was it? It was a single family home. What was it? Was it an apartment? Was it?
No, it was a single family home's house.
And how many floors was it?
Basement, middle floor, a landing, and then top floor. So 3 floors.
And so, where was the kitchen?
The kitchen was downstairs on the floor you come into the house on. So the first floor.
And that's where you did your chefing, cooking, baking. I don't know.
Yes, where I did my cooking.
Yes.
Yes,
And where did you stay in that house?
I stayed on the top floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bath.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
it was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway; it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Or where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then
Mr. Diggs' room.
Mr. Diggs was on the landing?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there in that house?
From July 2025, July 20th, 21st, can't remember exactly right now, to December the 15th.
And during that time, who was at the house with you?
Mr. Diggs, his friends.
Did he have other staff that lived there, or was it just?
No, I was just living there. He had friends that basically lived there.
Okay. And while you were living there, was it a kind of regular schedule or thing? How did that work?
Yes, he gets a different schedule by the week, but it will change by the day sometimes. Sometimes he will have to go in later or earlier. So I will often ask at night what time you have to be at work, so I can have breakfast prepared for him to take.
Turn your attention now to November. Around November, did any sort of friction occur between members of his staff?
Yes.
And what was that?
Friction. Say that again.
Did
Friction
it-
to his friction.
was there any sort of maybe I should say this? What if anything happened near the end of November?
Yes. A Instagram DM message was sent to his child's mother's friend, and this message was stating that I was telling his personal business of women that he was sleeping with that worked with us, that worked with me, and yeah.
And so-
as far as I can remember what that message said.
And
So-
how did this create friction within the people working for Mr. Diggs?
I was confronted by Mr. Diggs. if I said these things. But it had already been Mr. Diggs had a ongoing sexual relationship with 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿𝐿, and this person, she didn't like me, that fact that I was in the house.
So you mentioned 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿. Who's that person?
𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿, it works for Mr. Diggs.
How? What does she do?
I can't quite answer it. I just know he provides housing.
But
Taser,
she's someone who
I don't
works
know.
for him.
Yeah, she works for him.
So this man going around slinging to every single body. So is he sleeping with everybody that he employs? Now, which, I don't know, do y'all know which baby mother, because he has so many of them, that was allegedly DM'd? This dude is just nasty.
And so you and Lindsay get into any sort of argument, or you mean, or?
We didn't get in. We got in an argument after Mr. Diggs confronted me. She sent me a message first, per his instruction, and called me a name. Excuse my language, guys. A bitch, and she just went on and on and on in this message about me.
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we heard it side by.
Yeah.
At some point, were members of Mr. Diggs' staff going to go down to a trip to Miami?
The whole staff was supposed to. Yes.
And you said the whole staff.
I wasn't finished on that last question.
That's fine, but I'm asking questions now.
Okay.
So at some point, members of his staff were supposed to go down to Miami, right?
Yes.
When you said the whole staff, how many people was this?
His assistant.
Was it just me, or was that damn attorney rude? Why no objections? Like, you can ask the lady questions, but you ain't got to be rude now, dude.
Myself and his friends. Who was in?
And did you end up going down to Miami?
No.
And why is that?
Mr. Diggs told me that I couldn't go because me and her had an issue from November 26th issue.
You want to make this?
Look at him. He going down. No. Look how he looking, y'all. The jury is not gonna like that. He looked like he did it. Now, I'm not saying he did it, but why he looking like him? Why he looking like that? Oh no, bro. Oh no. He don't stop to fix that. Very cocky. He's looking like
All right, jurors, at this point, we are approaching the lunch and recess.
No,
I
you
need
weren't.
to release you to the lunch break.
His posture is so long. What is he supposed to look like? What do you think he's supposed to look like? If you don't know, I won't be able to explain it to you. Everybody that heard me, that understood. You can go back and read the text. I mean, coming to court like you don't give a F. It looks like it's all over your
All
face.
right, jurors can step down this way, please.
Right, so give me a minute. I'm going to jump to the other part of it in a second. Let me stop sharing. Now, did y'all understand? Well, most people understood that he did look a little crazy in there. He just, I mean, somebody said, how is he supposed to look? I mean, I don't know how he's supposed to look. Maybe with a, maybe just a tad bit of, remorse. If he did it or not, his entire posture is off. His entire posture is off, and he just, he just looks like he look like he don't care. Just like y'all put in the chat, he look like he don't give a damn. Exactly the way that he looking. Okay, so this is what I was meaning. The way that he looks, and y'all putting it in the chat, he looks like he don't give a F. He looks like he doesn't care. He looks like he's cocky. His whole demeanor just looks like BFU. That's what it looks like. So if his actions were to tell a story, that's what is given. So I was simply saying his posture is so off. You have to understand a jury is a makeup of regular people like me. So if I was if I was there and I was listening to the case, even if I'm listening to what she's saying, I'm still looking, and I'm probably going to be like, why is this dude acting with such a nasty attitude? So that's just it. He just doesn't, he acts like he don't give a damn. Right, exactly. If he is innocent, he would look engaged, listening to every detail. He gives the option to have to look. I mean, we don't know if he did it or not. He just like, get over. Like, let's get this done with. So he just, if somebody is lying, it seems like you would be taking notes, giving it to your lawyer. It just seems like you don't give it arrogant. Exactly.
At some point, were members of Mr. Digg's staff going to go down to a trip to Miami?
The whole staff is supposed to go there, yes.
And you said the whole staff.
I wasn't finished on that last question.
That's fine, but I'm asking questions now.
Okay.
So at some point, members of his staff were supposed to go down to Miami, right?
Yes.
When you said the whole staff, how many people was this?
His assistant, myself, and his friends. Who was in?
And did you end up going down to Miami?
No.
And why is that?
Mr. Diggs told me that I couldn't go because me and her had an issue from November 26th issue.
You want to make
Okay, guys, let me go to the other part. That noise that you're hearing is coming from the recording. So somebody says it seems like somebody is underwater. That's the recording. That's kind of how they recorded it. Give me a second here. Let me jump over to the next part of it. All right, give me a second, y'all. This thing is long. All right, this joker is long. Let me kind of switch back here. No, it's not me. It's the recording. The recording that you're hearing, the live testimony, they recorded it. So you're hearing some extra sounds because it's inside of the courtroom. So I'm gonna get it back going. So what you guys are hearing, the background noises, that is coming from inside the court, just so y'all know. It's quiet where I am. So that's why you kind of looking at the ceiling right now, because they have not put the camera on the actual lady that's on the stand. Just want to let y'all know that. Well,
Maybe seated.
I would have and have this over with. Like, even if you did it, and you did it, you don't pay the money and whatever I'm about to do it. If you have it, pay it, let it go. Like, I go through all of
You
it.
need to make sure that the person in the last row hears you. All right?
Yes.
Thank you. Come on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at this. Hey, mama girl. You need to get your son.
Ms. Adams, can I now turn your attention towards the date of December 2nd?
Yes.
Were you still employed by Mr. Diggs at this time?
Yes.
And where were you on December 2nd?
I was in the house. 7 schoolmasters.
Gotcha. And that day, what were you doing that day?
I woke up in the morning, prepared breakfast. Mr. Diggs came downstairs. He asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why. And it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsay Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me weeks ahead of time, because me and his girlfriend, Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him.
She said she been with him, y'all, for did she say 4.5 years? What do this man have that these women are just lining up? This is crazy. And then she's talking to Cardi B. Oh my goodness.
Not letting me know I wasn't gonna come like at an earlier time.
And at some point during this day, were you alone in your bedroom?
Yes.
And do you know around when this was?
It was in the around 3.
This is a mess.
3-ish.
When you're in your bedroom by yourself, what if anything were you doing?
I was sitting on the bed, laying across the bed, at my laptop, reading a cookbook, actually.
And were you communicating with any people at this point?
I received a text from Anna, was one of his friends.
Did you receive any text or send any text to Mr. Diggs?
No, the morning text that was in the morning. We had went back and forth.
So you had some previous texts in the morning.
Yes.
So you're in the bedroom. What happens next?
I was in the bedroom. Mr. Diggs came into my room. I was laying across the bed. He came into my room.
When you were in the bedroom, was the door closed?
Yes, the door was closed.
So when he came in, did he open the door?
Yes, he opened the door.
Did he leave it open after him?
No, he closed the door behind him.
And you said you were on the bed?
Yes, I was laying across the bed.
About how far away were you from the door?
About 4 or 5 feet, something.
So he comes in, closes the door behind him. What happens next?
He asked me to come here. He walked across the room and leaned back on the dresser.
Okay, and just to give a kind of a sense, where's the dresser in the room in relation to the door and
across the room, alongside the bathroom door.
Okay, so about how far away from the front door is the dresser?
What, 8 feet? I don't know them. A nice amount of feet.
Okay, so some amount of distance from it. You said he leans against the dresser.
Yes,
Are you still on the bed at this point?
I'm still on bed.
What happens?
He comes in. He looks very angry. He was upset from the text exchange we were having. And in that text exchange, he was calling me bitches, and he was just very upset.
But what happened in that room?
He came in and he with intent to hurt me.
No. What? Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He was leaning against the dresser. He asked me to get up to come here. I got up off the bed and I came across to him and I stood in front of him, like I stood on the side of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him and he was like, "What was all that shit you was talking?"
And then what happened?
Oh, he said
And I was beginning to say, "You said," and I couldn't finish my statement and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked
He
you,
smacked me with an open hand.
do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my
Do you know
face.
which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Is it your cheek that got
It was
struck?
my cheek that got hit.
About how far away from you were you from him when that happened?
I was at the end of the dresser.
And where was he?
He was on the, like in front of my other side of the dresser.
So about how much space was in between you?
Maybe 3 feet, 4 feet.
So you said that he.
I feel he did it too.
I want to use the word. Did you say smack or slap? I don't know what the word was.
Smack.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this, like stop him.
So again, I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him.
How tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands
Yes,
around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
up to block his hand.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he Can I have a second?
He did that shit.
Can I have a second?
Yeah, he
Yes, you
did.
can,
Oh, he did it. Yeah, he did that. This woman ain't lying on him. He definitely did that. He did it for sure.
Right. When I went up to push his hand, like block him, like block him, he took his arm and he like came around my neck with the grip of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck with his elbow.
So you said you pushed against him and then he put his arm around your neck.
Yes,
Do you know? Were you facing away from him?
I was facing him.
You were facing him. He put his arm around your neck.
Yes, he like spun me around.
He spun you around.
No, like I will have to show you more so than
He did.
I can describe it.
Describe it as best you can.
I was standing in front of him. When he slapped me, I went to like try to hit him back like this. And then it was like he tackled me. Like got me to try to keep from
Going down.
pushing him or protecting myself. And he put his arm around my neck like this and he was choking me.
So you ended up in a position where his like forearm or bicep was around your neck.
Yes.
And you said he choked you. What exactly?
People
Did he
do
put
be
pressure
lying.
on your neck?
Okay, gotcha.
And were you able to breathe?
At first, and it kept getting tighter.
So were you able to breathe?
No.
About how long were you in this position?
I would say roughly recall the amount of time. I just know it went from the edge where we were in front of the dresser to the side of the bed to him falling on top of me on the bed.
So about how far of a distance is that?
About maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that, 5, 6 feet.
At some point, did he let you go?
Yeah, he let me go. When we got to the side of the bed, I was pushing back. I started to do a move that I saw off of social media. He said to me, that shit is not going to work.
So you say you tried to do
There
a
was
move.
a defensive move where you try to put your hands underneath the person that's trying to choke you. It's like something I saw on a woman defensive page or something. And he said that shit you see on Instagram is not going to work. And that's when he got tighter. Like the more I was trying to put his hand, he got tighter.
And then what happened?
And then I was pushing back. And then he like fell down on top of me on the bed because I was on the side of the bed. And it was like, he was like letting me, like, I guess he was about to let me go. But as he was getting up, he like pulled my
Somebody
hair.
said both were lying to
And he was
Cardi
like,
B.
yeah, I
Cardi
thought
B
so.
was one of the women he was seeing. He wasn't just seeing her.
And then what happened?
He just told you about another woman.
He got up off of me, off the bed behind me, and he walked around the bed. I told him I still haven't got paid. He said lies. And he was like, so what are you doing? So what are you doing for the week? And I was like, I'm staying here. He said, I don't want anyone in my house. I don't want anyone here. I was like, okay, so who's going to get my ticket? He said, who always gets your ticket? And that's it. He walked out of the room.
So from the moment he entered the room to the moment he left, about how much time went by?
My last text to Anna was probably like 3:30 something. I text Sunny.
She definitely appears to be telling the truth just by her mannerisms. But listen, I'm not an expert. Listen, y'all, some of y'all say the lady lying.
At 4:11. So it was between that time because I didn't have plans. I didn't have money to go anywhere to travel. I know,
but just the question was about how long time.
It was just in between that time. I can't say exact, but I know it's before 4:11.
So is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes?
He was in the room probably maybe 10 minutes.
Somebody said this lady is not pretty. This lady is not ugly. The only thing y'all see as pretty is weave, eyelashes, and everything that you can buy. This lady is not ugly. All you see is her with no makeup on. Now, if this is ugly, then a lot of these hoes walking around here ugly. Do y'all think this lady is ugly? This lady is not ugly. She just doesn't have on makeup. She has pretty skin. She has a good graded hair. What's ugly about her? Do y'all even know what ugly is? Some of these folks y'all see with all this makeup and weave, y'all don't even know what they look like. Like, y'all think she ugly? She's not ugly. What's ugly about her?
Sure.
When he left the
She ain't
room,
ugly.
what happened next?
I looked down at my pants.
Sure.
I had peed my pants, and I had just came off my cycle, and I was bleeding really bad again. I guess because I was so scared, I changed my pants and I cleaned up myself, and I came back in the room, and that's when I text Sunny to get my flight.
And where was that flight to?
Atlanta.
At some point, did you exit your? When you said you went to your bathroom, was that the bathroom that's connected to the bedroom, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you leave out your bedroom again?
I didn't leave out my bedroom till later in the afternoon.
But so at some point later on, you did. Do you know about how long you stayed there?
In my bedroom? A while, because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
So at some point though, that later on that day, you exited out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And what did you do next?
When I exited out of the bedroom, While I was in my bedroom, I was packing my clothes to leave. I called another coworker, I would call her, and I just asked her, like, you know, what she was doing over, and she was like, I told her I wasn't able to go to Art Basel, and that like I was going home, and she was like, oh, you should come here, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll come there.
When she said here, what does that mean?
New York City. So I then proceeded to change my flight to go to New York.
Somebody put in the chat, what does pretty have to do with it? Somebody else put in the chat that she was ugly. So basically, she was jealous of the girls who were pretty. And I'm like, she's not ugly. So it has nothing to do with it other than, you know, somebody thought that she was ugly. She is not ugly.
And when was that flight going to be?
I just know I landed at 10:49. It was a later flight.
But it's that day?
It's that day, yes.
Did you see Mr. Diggs anytime after that happened that day?
Yes.
And what was that like?
He was getting a massage, and I was leaving out. By the time I saw him, I was handing over birthday gifts that I had got.
So when you said you're handing out birthday gifts, who were you handing out birthday gifts?
To him.
This is a gift that you had already purchased, or?
Yes, I normally give him a birthday gift every year.
When's his birthday?
November 28th.
Okay, so this was a little bit afterwards?
Yeah.
So at some point, did you leave this house?
Yes.
How did you leave to get to the airport?
A car, an Uber.
Right, and so an Uber came and picked you up and brought you to the airport?
Yes.
You went to New York. Was it New York City or New York State?
New York City.
Also New York State, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And who did you meet up in New York City?
I met up with Charles, and she picked me up from the airport, and we went to pick up her friend Talia, and then we went to her ex-husband's house to pick up something or to do something she had to do. We were there. We ordered wings and watched the movie, watched some videos.
And did you hear about what happened?
Somebody said, why did she give him a gift if he clocked her and told her to leave? Not making sense. Well, maybe this will make a little bit of sense. Now, everybody's personality is different. Now, you see, if he'd have clocked me, I guess he would have just had to beat me down because I was going to fight to the bitter end. They'd have had to call 911, okay? But everybody is different. I don't know. Maybe she felt like she needed to get back in his good graces. I mean, the baby girl making $2,000 a week. I don't know. But, I mean, it seems like whatever gift she had for him, she had previously bought. They didn't think about this. She already knew she was messing with him. She knew Cardi was messing with him. Somebody else that works for him named Leslie was messing with him. These are just the three that she knew of. Y'all can jump on the blogs and see all of the other women who he had got pregnant. So I don't know. Maybe she did it for the money. Maybe she felt like she had already bought the gift. Who knows? Yes, it is crazy. I know.
Happened to you?
No, I didn't tell anyone there because they have their own interpersonal sexual relationship, so I wouldn't have never told her anything like that.
How long did you stay in New York?
I stayed in New York Tuesday to Tuesday, so 7 days a week.
And did you come back to Massachusetts?
Yes.
And did you come back to working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Now, what about that? When she gave him the gift, he done jumped her, beat her up, or whatever, choked her, whatever happened. She still went back there. I mean, think about it like this. You don't know what people are going through, and you don't know what bills she has to pay. I don't know what her circumstances is, but I don't know. If I was in a situation where I needed to pay something, and if this was my only source of income, I don't know what I would do. So I really can't tell you because I've never been in that situation, but we really can't judge a person that went back to a situation. Sometimes people are used to abuse and that's how they respond. You know, sometimes people feel like, you know, a man putting his hands on you every now and then is love, you know, so who knows? Just because I don't believe just because she went back there, what she said should be discounted. Because I mean, I don't feel like I've ever been in abusive relationships, but now that I'm older, I can say, yeah, that was an abusive relationship because nobody should ever put their hands on you. Even if you pick up a skillet and knock their ass out, it's still abuse. So who knows? But I wouldn't say that what she's saying is a lie because she went back there, because people do that all the time.
At some point, and I know this was a little bit before, maybe a little bit afterwards, but at some point were you talking to Mr. Jiggs about money you felt he owed you?
It was past wages.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you first start? When did you first bring that up with him?
During the week of Art Basel. I want to say like maybe the 5th or 6th.
Of December?
Yes.
Okay. And so you felt that he owed you some money from wages that weren't paid. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't paid for the time of the month. Like I had been paid for the weeks that I put in at that time.
And who did you talk to Mr. Jiggs directly? Or did you talk to his finance people? Who did you talk to about this?
It was a chain of command. Like I would talk to his assistant. But his assistant was under investigation for stealing watches and money. So I don't know if my things.
Sustain that portion of the answer will be stricken from the record, and the jurors will disregard it. Give it
He was stealing. That probably was that other girl he was banging. She like, look, I'm gonna get my money one way or the other. Okay.
At some point, did someone from Mr. Jiggs bring up the non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Jiggs likes to abuse people and try to hide his abuse.
We knew it. We knew it. She ain't lying. She ain't lying. She said he likes to abuse people. I mean, but it's online. Like everybody shouldn't be lying. She said Mr. Diggs likes to
At some
abuse.
point, were you given some information about a non-disclosure agreement by someone who worked for Mr. Jiggs?
Yes.
And when was this?
A couple days after the assault.
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Jiggs?
At what?
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Jiggs?
I didn't stop working for Mr. Diggs until my last day in the house. I would say it was the 16th. So yeah, some point.
So December 16th. Okay. At some point, did you report any of this to the Dedham police?
Yes.
And when was that?
The Tuesday.
Do you know the actual day, or just that it was a Tuesday?
I left on the 15th. I left his house on the 15th. I reported on the 16th.
Okay, so and did you call the police? Did you go there in person? How did that happen?
I went there in person.
And what happened when you got there?
I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days,
Objection, Your Honor.
and he refused to pay me.
Objection is sustained. That portion of the response will be stricken after your deliberation. Ask the question asked, please raise the question again.
It's
Right. That's a good point you put in the chat, Leo Libra Love. He asked her to sign an NDA after the fact. It's like generally, when you go into these types of business arrangements, they may have you sign an NDA, but what people should learn, or they should have learned, is an NDA does not protect you when you break the law. So you can't go choking out your employees and then think that they can, they can't tell on you because you had them sign an NDA. But it is very interesting that he had her to sign the NDA after the fact and then tried to tie it into, oh no, you were fired because you didn't turn in some paperwork. It does make it look suspect.
At some point, you arrived to the Dedham police station.
Yes.
Did you speak to an officer?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power. So yes, but I
Objection,
did.
Your Honor, move to strike.
The objection is sustained. That comment by the witness will be stricken from the record and the jurors are to disregard it and not consider it in their deliberation.
The person in the chat that says, if he was so abusive, how were you in a relationship for 4.5 years? Baby girl, you got to do some type of research. That's how it goes. People in abusive relationships don't always think that it's abuse, that they're being abused. So unfortunately, how do anybody do it? I mean, when you get older, you realize that it's abuse. But when you're younger, you may be like, oh, you know, he was mad or she was mad. So, I mean, that's a good question, but apparently a lot of people do it. So it's not far-fetched to say, oh, she was with him for 4.5 years. Why did she leave? That's just a pattern of abuse. People who are abused seem to think that the person care about them. And because they feel like they care about them or they feel like they're in love with that person, a lot of times they'll stay. She just said she gave him a gift. And it seems like, and we're going to keep watching it, what I'm getting from her, if he would have paid her, she probably wouldn't have even reported it. I feel like the lady just wanted her money. She stated that she begged, she needed her money. And then, if I heard her correctly, she hadn't even been paid the whole month. So that's 2,300 times 4. That's like, what, $8,000?
At some point, did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did at any point you provide to the Dedham police text messages?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? Your Honor, may I approach this witness? Approaching of what was previously marked as Exhibit 1, I'm placing something in front of you. If you could take a look at that, and when you're done looking at that, look back up at me. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a text message exchange between me and Mr. Diggs.
And is this the text message exchange that you provided to the Dedham police?
Yes. I deleted messages because making a report to the police in my previous abusive relationship, me.
Stay, Sam. Stop. That part of the answer is stricken from the record. Jurors will disregard it. Now, please answer the question that is put to you. And if you don't understand it, you can have it restated for you. Counsel at sidebar.
I guess I don't understand why she's not able to answer the question. The judge seems very rude and nasty. I don't know how this gonna go, y'all. I mean, I watch trials and sometimes they do allow them to explain. So the fact that she's not, we don't know how this is gonna go. I mean, I feel like if he didn't do it, he should get off. But I don't know. Did he do it? Because why did he did have her sign an NDA afterwards, but I don't know. The judge is being real nasty. So we got to see. Yes, that part, Bob's girl. The judge just scolded her and was very nasty and rude about it. Okay, just real nasty. Yeah, I don't know about this. You know, y'all know how money, money talks. At the end of the day, judges and all these folks can be bought. Also, guys, this is like a state case. So somebody says her attorney. You do know the attorney is the district attorney. So it's not like she has like an attorney. This is like a case. So she probably doesn't have an attorney. Cardi B didn't show up for her baby daddy.
Ron, may I approach? Turning your attention to what is marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what this is? You can look through it. There's a
One that I recognize it, but the messages is cut off.
There's a I believe 3 pages to this. 4 pages rather.
Yes.
Do you recognize this? What these is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was in a text exchange
Between whom?
between me and Mr. Diggs.
And when was this text exchange from?
The morning into noon on 12/2.
Of December 2nd?
Yes.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Devon police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy, and I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken. Yeah.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Devon police?
Because when I was abused in my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained. There's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
Why is she not allowed? They just asked her, why did she delete the messages? But when she tells them why, they keeps cutting her off. Like, what the hell? She admitted, I deleted the text messages. Why? She goes to say why, and they cut her off. I don't know, y'all. I mean, if you're going to ask her the question and then don't y'all agree you have to let her answer it? I mean, is her answer not good enough? She said, well, she didn't lie. She said that I deleted. So if she admitted it, then she didn't lie. But he asked her why, and now she goes to say why, and they keep cutting her off. But her answer is her answer. So regardless of whatever her relationships is or whatever, it is her answer. It's not like this lady is a lawyer or she understands, you know what I mean? Her answer is her answer. So her answer should be rehearsed. I mean, she's saying what the reason was. Like, can the reason just be the reason? Or I don't know about this judge. It seems like, I don't know, maybe the judge, somebody put in the chat, maybe the judge CASHAPP, she got her CASHAPP or something, because I don't understand. I understand why they would want her to say that, but her answer is her answer. Like, you can't make a person say something because you don't want the jury to hear it. If this lady was previously in an abusive relationship, you can't take that away from her. I get that part. Her prior relationship prejudices the jury, but it is still her reason. You see what I'm saying? So what do you want? Then I guess don't ask her that question, because if the reason that she deleted the messages was associated to something that happened to her before, then the only way you're not going to get the answer is don't ask her that question. No, I get it. It could make the jury seem, be more favorable toward her. But then the only way around it is don't ask her that question then. Kind of seems like she's being abused again. This is a lot for people to have to go through this. When you decide to tell your story, now it's, it's, yeah, it seems, yeah, this is a nasty world. Nasty world.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way, please.
What's happening now?
Jurors have exited. This court stands at a recess. Please been the hallway. Thank you.
So that done caused them to go on a recess, y'all. We should pick back up though. No, I actually don't want to believe her. I'm just listening because I know that people lie. I know that women lie, men lie. So we really don't know. She is, she seemed like it did happen. She admitted it. She admitted it. To lie is to say that you didn't do it. She admitted it, although they wouldn't let her answer questions. She definitely admitted it. I am Samuel V. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but you said she's going to tell a whole different story on cross-examination. You keep saying that. That's funny. Well, it's not funny, but I get what you're saying. Well, I'm going to fast forward this because I know they're not going to. I'm surprised it didn't pick back up. This is weird. This made them take a whole recess. Okay, they're back, y'all. Thank you for the super chat. Crown of, I can't see. Crown no 64. Thank you.
May be seated.
So the question was, why did you delete text messages when you provided them to the Dedham police?
The fear of how it'll be perceived.
So let me kind of explain to y'all what happened. When they took the recess, they explained to her that she could not say anything about being abused in previous relationships. This ain't no damn justice because you have to tell her what to say, whatever. So that's what you all just saw. They went on a recess to tell her what words she could and could not use.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Approaching now with the main direct potential is marked as you mind looking through this number of pages? And when you're kind of looked at it a little bit, you can look at.
I wonder, are they going to say anything about his record? Because I mean, are we going to talk about his record and everybody else that's saying he did shit to them? I guess they lying too.
I'm reading all of them or just that first bit?
Have you read a few of those? Well, let me say, from what you've seen, do you recognize what these seem to be?
Yes.
What are these?
Text messages about the.
Do you know who the text messages are between?
Yes, between me and Mr. Diggs.
And do you know when these text messages are from?
12/2. Yeah, 12/2.
So were those text messages that were going on between you and me that morning of that day?
Yes.
And another thing too, now that this lady has admitted to being in an abusive relationship, some people were putting in the chat, why did she stay? So perhaps because she had been in an abusive relationship, she was familiar with abuse, which would make her feel, I mean, obviously out of place, somebody putting their hands on you, but she was used to it. Not to say that, you know, she shouldn't have left, but now you guys can understand because she, you know, she was seemingly used to it. So that would make sense, you know, why she just didn't up and leave. It was really similar to her because she had been in an abusive relationship before.
If I can ask you to maybe go to the third last page on this.
In this whole thing?
Of this section. Your Honor, may I approach and?
Yes.
Yes.
So on the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes.
And who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you respond?
Will do.
And were those the last text messages sent before Mr. Diggs hit you?
Yes. I'm not mistaken.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
Bring your attention now to marked Exhibit 4. Could you look through a few of these? And do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
And what are these?
These are messages that I sent him asking to be paid.
And do you know when around these were from?
It was a couple days after. They were in Art Basel. 12/5 it says. Yeah, I know I was begging for my money for a while.
Just, I think, final question. he was in the room when he slapped you and he put you in a headlock. Was there anyone else in the room but you two?
Just us two.
And were there other people in the house?
Yes.
Do you know where they were in the house?
Downstairs. If I'm not mistaken.
And you said you went to New York. You met with a Shy. Is it Shy?
Yeah.
How did you know Shy Charles?
She works for him.
Okay, so
She braids his hair.
and so has she known you longer or him longer?
Him longer.
No further questions, John?
Ms. Adams, today is not the first day you've told the story of what you say happened on December 2nd, true?
True.
The first time you told the story was on December 16th, right?
Yes.
And that was to Officer Ellis of the Denham Police Department, right?
Yes.
And you sat with Officer Ellis, right?
Yes.
And you told him your story,
Yes.
and he took notes of what you were saying,
Yes.
because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Objection.
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was
Well-
making a report. I don't know.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a report to the police about a violent assault was to start a criminal case.
No. I made a criminal report to have a report to document it.
So documentation was important to you, right?
Yes.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
What you said to Officer Ellis when you reported this crime, this so-called crime, is that you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes.
You told the police officer who filed the criminal complaint in this case based on your word that your fight with Mr. Diggs on December 2nd was over money. True?
Yes.
Except you just testified under oath to this jury that you didn't start talking about money until December 5th, right?
What did you say?
You just testified under oath to this jury.
I have been begging for my money since December the 5th. Mr. Diggs, and throughout those messages, you can see that I was begging for my money since that day.
Which message? Are you talking about Exhibit 3 that you just looked at?
It's other messages that you guys should have me begging for my money from Mr. Diggs.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
do you recall testifying under oath to this jury that your fight on December 2nd was about Lindsay, your anger at Lindsay, and you being told you couldn't go on the Miami trip?
My anger was at Stefon. I never said my anger was at Lindsay.
You were angry at Stefon on December 2nd
Yes.
because you were told you couldn't go on
I
the
was
Miami
angry at
trip.
Stefon because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to Art Basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs on December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Your Honor, will you see that side pockets? Yeah.
So from what I understand, so she's been asked about what she originally said. Now there is a dispute over money, but it looks like that wasn't the total dispute. As she states in her text messages, there were multiple messages of her asking for her money. So I think that part is maybe a little bit blown out of proportion, because if you owe me some money and I ask you for it periodically, that doesn't mean that you don't owe me the money. So I think what they're saying is, was the dispute about money? She's saying, yes, I had been asking him about my money, but it doesn't seem like the actual dispute was about. It's kind of weird. I think it's the way that they're trying to make it seem like she's lying, but I got to keep listening to it, because somebody says something and you just don't understand what they're saying. And I mean, she stated over and over again that he owed her money. The fact that, she didn't ask for it at a specific time didn't really mean that, he didn't owe him. And is he asleep in court? This is a mess.
Do you recognize that document that I've shown you as the police report that was prepared based on your statements on December 16th?
Yes.
You've seen this report before?
Yes, I need it.
And you see on the report where it says, she said that on this date, the mail that she worked for entered.
Somebody keeps putting in the chat that she filed a criminal court when her issue was civil. Wrong court. How was her issue civil when so I think you're getting it mixed up. She filed a complaint because he put his hands on her. What she said is she wanted to have that on the record. So I don't understand how would it be civil when she said he put his hands on her. So he was charged with putting his hands on her. So civil, yeah, she said he owed her some money, but he put his hands on her is what she's saying. So I don't know how this will be the wrong court.
Unlocked bedroom. They had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male.
I did
There's no
not.
question pending yet. Do you see that language?
Yeah.
Did you say that to Police Officer Ellis on December 16th?
Yes, I see it.
And that wasn't true, was it?
To my recollection, it was true. We did discuss money.
Ms. Adams, you just testified under oath about what happened on December 2nd.
Okay, I also didn't put in the police report our sexual relationship because I was ashamed. The police report got leaked. I didn't put a lot of things. The most important thing was the attack in the police report. Right. Me reporting anything outside of why he.
So we're going to keep listening, but what they're trying to make it seem like she lied about is stupid. I mean, if she said he owed her and she didn't say it then, what damn difference does it make? Her report was because he had put his hands on her. Like, hello. So I don't know. Let's keep listening because somebody keep putting in the chat that she lying. I want to hear the lie because this ain't a lie. I mean, she doesn't need to keep saying he owed her. If he owed her money and he put his hands on her, now you owe me money and you put your hands on me. So I don't see that.
Got upset. I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B. So I did not put a lot of things in the police report. My most important thing was him assaulting me and choking me.
Hello, I get it. I get that. Am I the only one that get that? Like, she was only at this point concerned because this Negro had put his hands on her. She knows that he has a history of putting his hands on folks. I mean, you can go Google it and see all the people he done put his hands on. And I'm sure she didn't want them Cardi B fans, because they can be a little bit weird, to start harassing her. So of course she just talked about specific stuff. It didn't matter that he owed her money. None of that mattered. She seemed to be more now so, concerned about the fact that he had put his hands on her. So I can get that. I can understand that. I get it.
So that was the most important thing that I put in the police report. I was very vague. I didn't feel the need that I had to go and explain the relationship.
When you were asked questions, you actually gave.
I didn't feel.
You must wait until I finish the question.
Wait until counsel answers the question. Answer it, don't understand it,
Because you didn't feel it was important. When you were asked questions about what happened on December 2nd, you lied.
It did not change what happened on December 2nd.
I'm
It
gonna
did
try
not
my
change what happened on December 2nd. He choked and slapped me.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to try my question again. Because you didn't think it was important. When you asked the questions of Dedham Police Officer Ellis on December 16th, you lied.
I did not lie.
This lady didn't lie about shit. They're taking little bit of minutia bullshit to try to say that she's lying. She said that that man put his damn hands on her. The fact that she didn't tell them that they had been in a relationship, does that make her? So, okay, I get it now. Somebody was like she was lying. Come on now. I thought you was, saying something. This don't really mean nothing. She just didn't want to tell them, I guess, everything, but the fact that he put his hands on her. So what they're trying to do is discredit her to the jury. They're trying to make her look like a liar, but I thought they had something. I mean, this really is nothing, but they just want to get it in, they just need to get it in a person or two ears that she's a liar. Don't believe her. So I get it. I get it. I see what they're trying to do.
I just did not expand on detail on the relationship I had with Mr. Diggs. I didn't feel that that was important. The sexual relationship, I didn't feel like that was important. I didn't feel it was important that he was upset because I told him I was not in love with him like those other women. I was ashamed of being with him. I didn't feel the need to explain it to the police officer.
Please answer the question.
Under oath, on December 2nd, when you claim Mr. Diggs walked into your room, you had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life. Give me the money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me.
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
You
to
will
what
be
you
paying
were
me out
responding
for the
to?
season and the money you said you will give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Ms. Adams, you're going to listen to counsel's question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question. This is not an opportunity for you just to say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
All right, it is to be responsive to the question presented.
Okay.
Next question.
Thank you, Anna. That response that you just read, that was actually a response to something Steph wrote to you, right?
That was a text exchange over
Yes
money.
or no question, ma'am.
What was your question?
What you just read into the record, that was a response to a text message that Steph sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And in that request, in that message that Steph sent to you, you understood you were getting fired, right?
No.
And that's exactly what I get from this. She just really wanted her money. I feel like if he would have paid her, she would have never even brought this up. I mean, she literally made a police report and didn't even tell that she was in a relationship with him. She could have said that and blew everything up. So I just think this lady wanted her money. She says that he had been owing her, and almost makes it seem like he owed her for a month. And it almost seemed like he was playing with her like, I'm not paying you. So I think that is what pretty much pissed her off. But I don't think that she wanted anything other than a few dollars, $8,000 or so. He was paying her $2,300 a week. I don't think that she wanted anything further from this guy only but to get paid. I mean, the part that she left out about them being in a relationship, it really had nothing to do with the abuse. I can understand why, she would just want to maybe report that and just go on about her business. I'm sure she didn't think that none of this would have came back to try to make it seem like she's lying, because if so, I believe she would have said it in the beginning. This lady just wanted to get her money. She wanted her money and to go on with, with her life. The fact that you would have somebody working for you and then this guy is sleeping. And if y'all taking into consideration what's happening, they act like she can't say anything about the other women that he's, been in these relationships with, but then they're trying to make it seem like she's a liar. So, and I get it. She could be lying, but can we talk about something in terms of some real lies and not just her failing to tell the police that she had been in a relationship with him?
What Steph wrote to you is, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this, but oh well." Right?
Yes.
And you understood when you received that he was telling you you were not going to be cooking for him anymore.
No.
You didn't understand that.
No.
And that's why you responded with, "You will be paying me out this season and the money you owe me."
No.
Because you knew you were about to lose your job, right?
I was not about to lose my job.
You didn't understand, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this," as a sign that you were about to lose your job?
No.
In any event, you didn't tell Officer Ellis on December 16th when you reported this assault any of that, right?
The last text message was about money. The last back and forth text messages was about money. Money he owed me for not finishing out the contract, and money he owed me that he said that he would invest in my business.
So
I took a lower pay because Stefon agreed that I will have chance to work on my business by working with him.
This happens. There's no question in front of you right now. And again, please answer the question.
Okay, y'all, I can understand now. Okay, so if you guys have been here the whole time, what she said was she charged between $5,300 and $10,000 to do this a week. And I was like, damn, I need to learn how to cook. But anywho, I said, well, if she's charging $5,300 minimal, how did he get the the rate of the $2,300 a week? Now, if you listen now to what she's saying, she said that he agreed that this is making sense now. Because I was wondering, girl, well, how did he get the lower pay? She said he agreed to let her work for him and that she could work on her business. So that was probably why he got the $2,300 rate versus the higher rate. It's making sense. Now, I don't know if y'all been here from the beginning, but when she first came on the stand, she said that she normally charges $5,300. And I was like, well, girl, how did he get the 23? Because he got some money. So that would make sense. So he agreed to let her work on her business, and therefore she probably gave him a lower rate. Now, one other thing I want to touch on. One of the reasons why she's saying, because somebody was putting in the chat, she did get paid. Okay, it makes sense. This is another thing I'm thinking. When you go into a contractual obligation, for instance, with her and him, she was living with him and preparing the meals for the season. So what that means is she has dedicated whatever amount of time that she agreed to work for him, which means obviously she doesn't have another job because she can't be there living for him, cooking for him, and then do the same service for other people. How would she be able to do that? So by her tying up all of her time to work for him and to be there, that means that he should be obligated. If he decides to let her go, then he should be obligated to pay her for that entire period of that contract. It's kind of like if you lease a house, let's say you lease a house, an apartment, and you say, I'm going to be here for 12 months. And then 6 months into the lease, you say, I'm moving. And they're going to say, yeah, move, but you need to give me my money because you signed a lease. So I know somebody was saying in the chat that she had gotten paid. So maybe that is where the misconception is coming from, because maybe she had got paid, but maybe the real issue here is when she was let go, you know, because if he fired her, then what happens to all of the time that he agreed to pay her? But I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing some things out there as I listen to it.
It's not an opportunity for you just to vent with your story.
You told others.
Wait, somebody said you can't mix business and pleasure. I agree, but they passed that part. I totally agree. But y'all know how these folks do. I mean, this is beyond mixing business with pleasure. He had Cardi B. He was screwing her, then screwing somebody else named Lindsay. Why do they know all of the people that this man is screwing? This is crazy. So to be honest, they all, you know, except for Cardi, we know she got her own money. She don't need his, but we know these girls was, you know, they was around for the money. Like y'all, like, would you really be dealing with a man that's dealing with all these extra women only because he got money? Let's just keep it real.
Falsehoods to Officer Ellis, didn't you?
No, not to my knowledge.
You told Officer Ellis that you had injuries from this alleged assault, right?
I told him I had bruising, meaning redness, and soreness on my throat.
You told him you had bruising on your neck.
Wait a minute, Blogs girl. You done called the judge a KKK. You talking about some, the judge looks like she can't wait to attend her next white sheet pillowcase wearing event. Y'all is crazy. Oh my goodness.
It was like red. It wasn't like purple bruises. On the incident report, pull that up.
You didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police office on December 16th, did you?
No, because that happened on December 2nd.
Right. So any injuries that you would have had, you had a reason for why they weren't there, right?
It happened, it faded. The fading went away the night.
Right. And did you take any pictures of your injuries?
I was in shock. The first thing was not to take pictures. It was to get it together.
I thought you just testified under oath.
That's why I don't like these lying ass lawyers. They asked her, did you take pictures of your injuries, right? Generally, you don't. Sometimes people do. But if she had taken pictures of her injuries, then they would have said, oh, you took pictures, you set this up. So it's like, bitch, you can't win she couldn't win for losing, because it didn't matter if she would have took a picture, then y'all would have said she planned it. She didn't take a picture. Now y'all gonna say it didn't happen. So it's just like, it doesn't matter what route she would have taken to get here. They would have still said that she set the shit up.
That you had just received a text message from a woman named Anna. That's Anna Kokolis, right?
You're in the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under
You're
oath.
on the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath that you were sitting on your bed, reading a cookbook, got a text message from Anna, and Mr. Diggs walked into your room?
Mr. Diggs walked in minutes after I texted him. That's how I based the time on what time he walked in the room.
Okay. So you had a phone in your hand when he walked in the room?
My phone was on the bed. I was reading a book. I wasn't texting her in the moment of Mr. Diggs walking in the room.
No. Okay. But you had a phone right there in your room?
Yes.
It's an iPhone?
Yes.
It's got a camera on it?
Yes.
You can take videos with it?
Yes.
And you do take videos with it?
Yes.
You take pictures with it?
Yes.
You take pictures of yourself with it?
Yes.
A lot?
Not often.
Not often. You have social media account for your business, don't you?
Yes.
You post things on your social media account?
I'm not as active as I should be.
You don't use your iPhone to take videos or pictures for that?
I'm not a very active person on social media.
I see. But you certainly had a phone in your room when you claim you were violently assaulted and injured, right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was attacked.
It's a yes or no question then.
Yes, I had a phone.
You took no pictures of your face or your neck or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
I need to finish my question.
Okay.
You took no pictures of your face on December 2nd, did you?
No.
No pictures of your neck on December 2nd, right?
No.
No pictures of your chest on December 2nd.
No.
You said Mr. Diggs hit you across the face. Did you have any marks on your face?
No.
You understand Mr. Diggs is a professional football player, right?
Yes.
He's an elite athlete.
I don't know.
I know she ain't trying to make it seem like that, you know, Diggs is this upstanding person because, honey, all over the internet, they saying that he jumping on folks and doing all kind of stuff, ma'am. So please leave that part out. This dude is hood and he is very, very ghetto. So don't try to make it seem like he not.
Athlete,
You don't know that he's an elite athlete?
I guess.
Okay.
You call him.
And you testified he slapped you across your face?
Yes.
And you had no marks from it?
I was red. I was red. I'm lighter complexion.
Bruises, they get worse over time. Do you agree with me?
It was redness. It wasn't bruises.
Hang on. There's an objection. You're going to objection. That is overruled. You may answer the question.
I have redness, Mark. Like, I'm light skinned. I turn red.
You also get bruises, don't you?
If I hit something hard, yeah.
Right. And bruises get worse over time, right?
Okay. I'm not
Do
sure.
they?
I'm not sure. I don't get bruises a lot. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Officer Ellis you were bruised on December 2nd?
My idea of bruising is soreness, hurting. I was red. It was redness. My face was red and on my chest was red. I didn't turn purple or pink or anything like that. I didn't. It was redness.
Because you didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police station on December 16th, Officer Ellis actually sent you a form to fill out to describe the injuries that you said you had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And you filled out that form, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it on December 16th, did you?
No.
He actually emailed it to you, and you took 2 days, and then you emailed it back. True?
Yes.
Okay. And on that form, you put that your chest and throat were very sore for days after, right?
Yes.
And you put that you had redness, tenderness, pain, and bruising on your neck, right?
Like I said, bruising for me is redness. It was sore. It was redness.
Guys, if you have not liked the video, can I get you to go ahead and like it? We only have about 100 likes. We got about 553 people. So if I can get at least 250, well, about 125 of you guys to go ahead and hit the like button, that will be absolutely great. I appreciate it.
Well, you filled out.
Faded away and literally like maybe by the next day, if earlier than that.
Ms. Adams, when did you learn that the defense had provided videos of you to the Commonwealth?
Maybe yesterday or Friday, I think. Sometime last week when I spoke with Drew.
So last Thursday, you met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs. True?
My lawyers represented me my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyers represented me for.
Are you sure about that, ma'am?
She is my workers. I got my lawyer from workers' comp.
We'll come back to that. Let's stay with the form. You told Officer Ellis on December 18th, so now 16 days after you say you were assaulted, that you had redness, bruising, and soreness on your chest, right?
I told him that I wrote that.
Well, you wrote it in a form. You took your time and you chose
I
which
checked the
answers
marks.
to give,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you told him your shoulders were red and very sore, right?
Right. This whole area here.
All right. I just banned somebody. You can get your raggedy ass out of here. People like you, I don't want in my chat. You're miserable and you are blocked. Weirdo. Have a good life. Hope you find somebody that like you.
Was sore across my chest up here.
And you told him your whole body was sore, actually, didn't you?
It was.
You told him it was difficult for you to sleep.
I was very upset.
And I think you testified today that Steph supposedly put his forearm around your neck,
Steph did put his forearm around my neck.
not his hand.
No.
Okay. But you told Officer Ellis he used his hand, didn't you?
I told him to use this. This is the crook of his elbow. That is in the.
You're on a minute, Coach. That's the form that you filled out over a course of 2 days and sent back to Officer Ellis, true?
Yeah.
And if you look right under the heading, method and or manner of strangulation, suffocation, right in the maybe top third of that page. See that?
Yeah.
Question number 2. How was the victim strangled? Check all that apply. See that?
Forearm, right hand.
You told me you were strangled with his right hand,
The
true?
forearm, right hand. That is what's checked.
Okay, but you just testified under oath it was only his forearm.
This is the right side. I'm little.
So y'all see how when they say she's lying, these are so stupid. I mean, I don't know how many people have ever, made a police report, but if you actually look at the police report, it's always little things in there that you didn't say. Like she said, the forearm this, and maybe on the police report, it just says the forearm. This is not really her lying. These are just little bitty inconsistencies. And unfortunately, this is what happens when you go to court. They're going to always make it seem like you're lying. But I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't take pictures of half the stuff or videos. I'm just y'all would think that because I'm on YouTube, that I am really into like when I'm doing my personal stuff. Absolutely not. And I think it's too because I do so many videos that when I'm off here, I don't look at my phone. I don't do the most that I do on my computer is social media. So a lot of times I am really bad when it comes to taking pictures of myself now, taking pictures of my family. Not to say she's telling the truth, because I don't know if this lady is telling the truth or not, but I'm just saying that the stuff that they say that she's lying about, I'm still waiting for the lies, because unless she made a whole statement that was totally false, when somebody makes a police report, generally it's always different. I would always if I ever in a job, let's say I had to file a complaint, I would always I should say it this way. When I worked in HR and I would take complaints from people, I would never write it. I would always tell them to write it in their words, because if I have to take a complaint from you, what you say and what I put down may be very different. So I kind of understand where these little inconsistencies, but I don't feel like it's inconsistent to the point that she lied. You know what I mean? So I just don't see that part. I'm not saying that, the lady's telling the truth, but I'm just saying from my standpoint, when they were saying that she told, 2 completely different stories, these are not that completely different to me.
Everything went across my neck.
So
that is what I meant by forearm, right hand was his whole right side. Right hand was a smack and forearm was the choke. How was the victim strangled? That was right hand meant smack, but his whole right arm was across my chest.
You also estimated the lever.
But right hand, right arm, come on now. That is not too much of a difference. If somebody hit me where they I may say right hand, right arm, that's not too much of a difference. Saying that he punched you and then saying he smacked you. Now that's a different, but if we talk about 2, I don't know about that. I don't think this is a lie. I just think it's just the way that it was prepared.
Level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was a yes or no question there? You gave it a yes. You remember doing that, right?
Yes.
And you had a choice. Low is a 1 and 10 is a high. See that?
Yes.
What'd you pick?
10.
10.
Yes.
Mr. Diggs is 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'2", right?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall he is? You've known him for 4.5 years.
I don't know. He's taller than me. Way taller than me.
Okay. And you know he lifts weights every day, right? He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is. I thought he ran the ball. I don't know people. I'm not sure what he does.
How many games that Steph Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
The question was, how many of Stefon Diggs' games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to, maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't watch it, honestly. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what's going on in football. I don't know the rules.
I think you will agree with me.
I'm going to answer someone's question. I don't believe she's ever said strangulation. If y'all heard that, let me know. I thought she said he did this. She said forearm. So strangulation has been in the news. It's been on the blogs. I haven't heard her say the word strangle. I mean, I don't know. I've been watching it for a while. Y'all let me know. Did y'all hear strangle?
I think that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck,
it was 10 for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's a united.
I don't like the way that they're treating her. Like, damn, it's just like the way they disrespecting this lady. I get it, you know, that they're there to do a job for their client, but I think that they can do it with a lot more class. Like some of the questions that even this last question, she's saying I answered it for me, and then the lady, you know, the attorney basically saying, oh, so you answered it incorrectly. She just said, so it's just like, where is the district attorney? Why is this person not objecting or anything? Like, it must be difficult to have been abused and yet have, you know, to get on the stand. And I'm sure it feels like she's even being abused again. I don't know if this really happened, but I'm like, damn, you know, give the lady the benefit of the doubt to explain what she's saying. I can understand why she's getting irritated because it just seems so disrespect how they treating her.
I don't know how to say it. A global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay. But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
You will agree that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force to choke you, you would have bruises.
Well, let's just get to what the real problem. If she was a white Becky, the questioning would be a lot different. So I understand it's court, but it's always when you're talking to a black woman, the way you answer is really different. If y'all paid any attention to the Diddy trial and how they, you know, emphasized and, you know, expressed so much empathy to Cassie when she did what she did because she wanted to do it, but yet and still she was receiving so much sympathy for something that she agreed to do. But we got this woman who's saying that she was abused and you can't even give her the utmost respect. I understand as an attorney, you have to be brutal, but you can be respectfully brutal. That's all I'm saying. Just be respectfully brutal. This is not, to me, it's not a lot of respect. The way that they treated Cassie, and she was out there participating to be old hooker, you know, and you want to give her the utmost of respect when she wants to go out there and drink pee and all of this stuff on her own and then blame somebody else for it. But then you got this woman who you can't even give her the respect. Now I get be brutal, but it don't seem like y'all they giving this lady the respect. But this is just how they treat the black women. They don't treat them other ones like that. When somebody said they gave Cassie sympathy because there was a video of her being beat up, which he wasn't convicted of beating her up. No, they gave her sympathy because she was white looking. That is why they gave her sympathy. Nothing else, nothing more. He was never charged with beating her up. If he was charged with that, it would have been simple, right? Then he would be in jail for that. But he was never charged with that. That was all to show the world that he beat her up, with hopes that the world could say, oh, well, since he beat her up, he should go to jail for the rest of his life. But what they fail to realize is you can't send a person to jail for the rest of their life for beating somebody up. You got to have the proof that he actually did the things that she admitted that she did. But she was given so much sympathy because she looked like an old white woman. That's what that was about. Well, she should
Now,
have
you
had an
went to
attorney.
New York, you said, on the evening of December 2nd. True? True. And you stayed there until December 9th.
Yes.
You had your phone with you all week.
Yes.
You took messages. You sent text messages.
Yes.
We know that because that's when you started talking about your money, right?
I did what?
You testified.
I asked for my money. I didn't talk about money. I asked for him to have finance sign off to pay me.
My mistake.
Thank you.
We'll get to that money too. And you didn't think it was important to record your injuries or take photos.
No, I was in shock. This is someone that I love that put his hands on me. That was not my first instinct, was to go and take a photo.
Sure. And then December 3rd, you didn't take any pictures.
No.
And December
A
4th.
very complicated relationship. No, I did not take photos.
And you didn't take any videos.
No.
And you didn't go to the ER.
No.
You didn't go to a walk-in.
He already had paid my medical bills. Why would I go get more medical bills?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. You didn't seek any medical attention, right?
Unpaid medical bills.
Your Honor.
Why would he take nuclear?
When you were with Shy and Tolly for that week in New York City, you didn't say anything to them about
I don't know Tally. I just met Tally on the night of December the 2nd.
Okay.
Shy Charles has her own personal relationship with Stefon.
I need to be able to ask you questions.
Okay, I
and
thought
you
I was
need to be able to
still
answer.
answering the first question that you said. You didn't let me finish.
You didn't tell them anything about being assaulted.
These are not people I trust to tell anything of that nature to.
They're just people that you trust to spend a week with.
These are people that I met through Stefon Diggs. I had no choice but to stay with them. I had no money.
I thought you just testified you had a ticket to Atlanta.
That Sonny brought.
And then you changed on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And then you changed your ticket to Atlanta to go to New York with
Yes.
Shy and Sonny. I'm sorry, with Shy and Tolly, right?
Yes.
So you did have someplace else to
I
go.
changed the ticket because I didn't have money for Ubers to get home in Atlanta. Shy was going to pick me up from the airport.
Okay.
I didn't have a place to stay. I given up my place to stay with Stefon Diggs. So I didn't have money for a hotel or Airbnb to go home to Atlanta.
You've traveled with Shy before, right?
Yes.
You went with her to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
You're actually friends with her, aren't you?
Associates,
Right.
co-workers.
Well, you traveled to another country with Shy.
It's levels to friends. It was a co-worker. I just met Shy in August.
Did Steph go on that trip to Trinidad and Tobago?
So guys, this kind of brings a little bit more clarity. You know, she just said that she gave up her place. So I guess being that she was going to be with, you know, making meals for him for this estimated amount of time, I guess maybe it made sense for her not to be paying bills wherever she lived. She just said she gave up her house, which makes sense now why, you know, she would want him to pay whatever the contract amount was, because it looks like she gave up everything, you know, in terms of her housing situation because she was going to be living with him. So I didn't know that.
No.
Okay. And that was in the fall of 2025.
Yes.
And then you went on another trip in the fall of 2025 to see Shy, right?
No, I didn't go on another trip. I was told to leave the house. So I went to stay with Shy because I didn't have anywhere to stay.
Okay. And Shy picked you up in her car, you said?
Yes.
And can you describe what the inside of her car looks like?
It's a white car. I think it's burgundy or something like that.
So the outside is white?
Yes.
And then the inside is burgundy.
If most as I remember, I can't say exact.
Okay. And Shy has a dash cam right in her car, doesn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't see a dash cam in her car?
No, I saw like where you see the speedometer and stuff like that.
No, not down on the panel where people look when they're driving. Up on the top of her car. There's a bar on the top of her car with a dash cam on it, right?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No.
Did Shy ever tell you that she had a dash cam in her car?
No.
So imagine y'all, and I'm just trying to mentally take y'all there because people had a lot of questions and I had a lot of questions. She gave up her house, which means if she left there, she didn't have nowhere to go. She literally would have had to get a house. But then she has another dilemma. She didn't get paid. So now she has no house that she can even get or rent because now he's withholding her money based on what she's saying. Now, if that is true, if this is the case, then I guess we can kind of figure out then why she didn't want to blow the lid off of this, because her, you know, bringing this, I don't know if she knew that it was going to go to court or what was her thoughts, because I would think that you all know filing a complaint against somebody don't mean that they're going to get charged. They actually make the decision to charge them based on whatever evidence you give them or whatever they do after they, you know, however they seek to do their investigation. But she didn't get paid from him. By leaving his house, she had nowhere to go. So, I mean, that's a different situation. It's not like she could leave his house and go back to her own house. She didn't have a house because she had given it up.
Okay. Did you know that you were being recorded on that dash cam on December 2nd?
No.
Did you know you were being recorded on December 3rd?
No.
You know now you were recorded, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen the videos that came from Shy's dash cam in her car, true?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen them yet?
No.
Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 5. I understand it's already in evidence.
Now, I don't know, y'all. Like, is it some lawyers in the house or somebody that know anything about recording? Like, is it legal to be recording people and they don't know? Just ask it, like, because where is the objection? I mean, it just seemed like it just seems like she's here all alone. Like, is it a district attorney that's prosecuting the case? I'm confused. I mean, but can we see the dash cam or whatever they say they got?
Maybe we see a sidebar.
But in all honesty, though, you really got to always protect yourself. I can see why she probably didn't record it, but I feel like in the day and the time that we living in, especially when you're dealing with a person, of his status, you got to have some receipts because they trying to make her look like a liar. They trying to make her look like she just want money. And it don't seem like she got any type of receipt. So I think she made a bad judgment call by not taking pictures or doing anything to that magnitude because she may have just wanted to get paid, but they got her out here looking stupid. I mean, I'm not saying she's looking stupid, but they're trying to make it seem like she's a liar. Stefon is definitely unhinged.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to show you what's been admitted in this case as Exhibit 5.
I can't
Has anybody saw this yet? What is this? What's she on here saying? Do anybody know?
And I believe you testified that you first became aware that there were videos of you last week. Yeah.
They done recorded her and she ain't got one video. Please. Please. I don't know if smartwatches can record. I don't have one because I just never wanted one, but good question. Anybody got a smartwatch? Do they record? I would imagine so.
I don't know, Ms. Adams, were you able to see that person in that video? If not, we can play the whole thing. Okay.
But look how they did her. They've been recording her the whole time. You see how you gotta just be up on it now.
And you're sitting in the front seat of Shai's car. And this is you when you were just after you were picked up from LaGuardia Airport on December 2nd, right? Yeah. Was there someone else in the car to your memory? No. I'm sorry? No, not me. Okay. Did Tally Moses also get picked up from LaGuardia just after you? No, she got picked up from her boyfriend's house. Okay. But she was eventually in that car with you. So Shai was driving the car, is that right? Yeah. And then you're in the front passenger seat as we see you? Yeah. And then did Tally sit in the back behind you? I'm sorry? Behind Shai? Okay. And this was all on December 2nd? Yeah. And this is the day you say you were violently assaulted? Yeah, that doesn't justify proof that I wasn't assaulted because I learned how to say face. Okay? Mr. Kettlewill, can we also show the next video?
Your Honor, just for clarity.
So what did it show? Like, what does it show? Is her in the car? Like,
video? Yeah. And that's you in Shai's car again? Yeah. And this is the next day, right? It's December 3rd. Do you recognize that? Well, I'm not really able to see. give you, Mr. Kettlewell, is this marked as exhibit 5 also, the stills?
Stills are
6 and 7? I should have been marked as exhibit 7. You recognize that person as you?
Yeah.
And that's you in Shai's car, right? When you visited her in New York City? And you say you don't remember if that's, what date that is? Here, I'm sorry, the anecdote from later. If I could direct yours.
I didn't say I didn't remember. I didn't remember what date.
Oh.
I can't tell the date. I don't remember. I was in her car on paper of the week.
Okay.
You're telling me it's December.
If I can direct your attention to this line right here. See how it says 2025?
So are y'all saying that they're saying she's lying about the dates? I'm trying to figure out like what part are they saying she's lying about? I just want to know, like, when they say she's lying, what did she say? Please don't let it be the date, because who in the hell remembers dates? Like, I literally don't remember damn dates. So I'm just trying to figure out like what part are they trying to say she's lying about?
Do you know what that means? Okay. But
Oh,
this is you on your
I
New York
don't
trip with Shai in her car.
My New York State.
Okay.
This has not been preliminary marked.
I believe that is intended to be in thumb drive. It's in the thumb drive separately.
Stills, though, I think Mr. Clark is referencing have not been marked as 6 or 7.
Man, get out of here. So y'all see what I'm saying? I know y'all probably think I'm taking up for the lady, but I'm really not. I'm critically thinking, who in the hell remembers the dates? Like, I literally write down everything. So I ain't gonna say I was hoping. I thought that she had lied about something, but I don't remember what I did last week, except for I write a lot of stuff down. So, I don't know. Did she lie about the dates, or shit she didn't remember? Because if she anything like me, I don't remember nothing.
I have no objection to those stills being marked as 6 and 7.
Thank you.
This would be exhibit 7. That is the
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clark. And this is,
copy for the court.
yes, sir.
And then y'all gotta understand, that's the good thing about the jury too. They're regular people like us. Like, some people gonna think she lying. Some people gonna be like, well, that's not really something that her story is pretty consistent. So it's gonna be up to the jury and whatever they thought. Like, the jury may say she lying. The jury may, half may say she lying and half may say she telling the truth.
Exhibit 6.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now that is a good one. Somebody said, listen, if you done choke me out, I'm gonna remember the date. That's a good question. So that's what I'm trying to understand, what part she lied about.
And then you also had some videos taken of you by Tolly while you were in New York, right?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you remember? Well, first, you, Shai, and Tolly all stayed in Brooklyn in New York from December 2nd to December 9th, right?
Yes.
And you all stayed in the same bedroom.
Yes.
Slept in the same bedroom.
Yes.
And we're together a lot of the time that week. True?
Mostly yes.
Okay. And there was one night where you and Tolly were kind of goofing around with the video and taking videos. Do you remember that?
I don't recall it.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, can we play Exhibit 8? And, well, before we do, I would move Exhibit 8 into evidence. It's a video from December 6th. Thank you.
Just no objection to that for the record.
And Ms. Adams, did you recognize the person on that video?
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
And that's in Shai's bedroom, right?
Yes.
Where you and Tolly and Shai spent the entire week, right?
Majority Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
I'm sorry?
Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
Okay. But in that video, Tolly was videoing you, right?
Okay. I don't recall that.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, but we were up there.
Mr. Kettlewell, and Your Honor, I would move in Exhibit 9, which is another video from that same time, December 6th, 2025.
That's for the record.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Adams, that was you on that video, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move in stills as Exhibit 9 and 10. Those are stills from Exhibit 8.
No objection.
And Ms. Adams, I just ask you to look at those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate representation of you from the week you spent in New York
That day, yes.
on December 6th, 2025.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Thank you.
For the record.
I am offering to the jury Exhibits 9 and 10, which are two stills taken from the second video of Exhibit 8.
No objection.
Are there any more video clips, counsel, you'll please hear? Put the lights back.
I think we can put the lights back on now. Now, Steph and his group got back from Miami to his Dedham home on December 7th, correct?
I'm not sure the day he got back. I got back on
I'm sorry?
Tuesday. Well, it was late in the night. Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The night I got back.
Well, you know he got back to the Dedham house before you did.
I didn't know that. When I got there, I realized that he was there. I was in no communication with him on what day he was coming back.
But you were in communication with him.
To ask for my pay, yes.
Can you turn to tab C, which has been marked as Exhibit 3, please? And you testified about the text exchange you had with him at around 12:30 on December 2nd, where you called him a pussy, right?
Yes.
And then he said, "Show me if I'm pussy," and you said, "Will do,"
Yes.
right? And then if you turn the page, if you look to the next message from you, so in Exhibit 3, there are bubbles, right? There's blue bubbles you see and green bubbles.
Yes.
And do you understand the green bubble to be Steph Diggs' messages
Yes.
and the blue bubbles to be your messages?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look on the page, I hope you're on the right page. It ends in that number on the bottom right corner at 118. Do you see that number? Now may I approach? Yes. Seven. The page we just looked at. Looking at 118, your first message. And do you see down here these numbers here?
Yes.
So this message was sent on December 5th. Correct?
Yes.
And you sent it.
Yes.
So now this is 3 days after the violent assault that you talked about. Right?
Yes.
And what did you say in that message?
How can you approve my pay with finance, please? I have to pay my insurances this month. Thank you. Please and thank you.
And then if you could look at the next message. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's hold that for a second. So you were texting with Steph Diggs in the week you were in December. I'm sorry, in the week in December, you were in New York, right?
I text Stefon one time.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't know when he was coming back to the Dedham house.
I did. I didn't know the exact date.
You didn't. But you knew he was coming back.
Yes.
Because that would be important to know, right?
I've worked in this industry. I went off of a previous client schedule. They normally will return on Tuesday. So
Well,
I was in guest mode.
But the last time you saw Steph Diggs was when he was assaulting you, you said.
That wasn't the last time I saw Steph Diggs. I said here that I walked in his room after the assault before I was leaving to give him his birthday.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. You gave him a birthday gift after the assault.
We were friends for 4.5 years with a very complicated relationship.
Okay. So if I could ask you actually to turn to Exhibit 4, which is behind the tab D. And Your Honor, this is an evidence. And if you look at that number on the bottom right corner, turn to the page that ends in 173. And I'll ask you some questions before we get to that substance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think you testified on December 9th you went back to the Dedham house, right?
Yes.
And you got yourself an airplane back to Boston, right?
Sonny got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. And you landed at Logan Airport at night.
Yes.
Then you took an Uber to the Dedham house.
Yes.
You arrived around 11:30 p.m.
Yes.
You were alone.
Yes.
You came by yourself.
Yes.
Didn't bring anybody.
No.
Okay. And when you got in the house, you went and knocked on Steph's bedroom door.
I went to put my things away and I knocked on his door. Yes.
I'm sorry.
I went to put my things away and knocked at his door.
And that was around midnight on changing over from December 9th to December 10th, right?
That's what it says here. I don't recall the time. This is what the message said.
Well, he didn't open his door, did he?
His code was different. He changed the codes when I came back.
Right. Because in that house, the bedrooms all had key codes on each door,
That
didn't
he
they?
controlled. Yes.
Did the bedrooms all have key codes on that door?
Yes, that he controlled.
I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. See if you can try it. Did all of the bedrooms in that house have different key codes on them?
Yes,
Ooh.
that he controlled.
Rude.
So you can.
What do you mean?
You had a key code on your door, right?
Yes.
And if it was shut, it would be locked, right?
No. The door had issues. I would often text Sunny, could she check and make sure my door was locked?
I'm sorry, when did you text Sunny to please check if your door was locked?
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave to have female guests over.
Your Honor, let's just check.
That answer is now responsible will be strictly and the first will disregard.
So on December 9th, round about midnight, when you got back to his house alone,
Yes.
you went and knocked on his door, right?
Yes.
And he didn't open it.
I didn't knock. I tried to get in the door.
Okay, you tried to walk into his door.
No, that's how I would go in his room. I would unlock his door.
Sure, just like always, right?
When he needs food and his door was closed, I would go in his room.
Right.
I never went in his room without permission.
You going in there on December 9th is no different than any other day, right?
No.
And when you weren't able to get in, you actually sent him a text message, right?
Yes.
And you told him, can you read what you told him?
I was coming to ask you what time you have to be at work and to say hi.
And then you just went right back to work. right?
Yeah, I went to bed.
I'm sorry?
I went into my room and went to bed.
You went into your room and you went to sleep
Yes.
by yourself
Yes.
in the house.
Yes.
With Steph Dix there.
Yes.
And then the next morning you got up and you made him breakfast.
Yes.
Now you told Officer Ellis when you reported the assault that you left your position on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
I was saying I left the house. I didn't leave my position. I was really going back to get my things. I had no plan, nowhere to go, so I needed to be nice there.
Did you tell Officer Ellis after the alleged assault on 12/2/2025?
I don't actually think the attorney that's questioning her is good. I think she's good being a bitch because the only thing she's doing is restating and kind of regurgitating it back to her in another way. So I don't really think she's good. I think she could probably be better and be more accurate because, you know, if she's trying to make this girl look bad, she's actually in my opinion, making herself look bad because she's very disrespectful. Like, as an attorney, you can ask the questions, but she's asking her, could you try it at least? I don't like the attorney. I think she should try to be just a little bit more professional. There's a way you can ask questions without sounding like this, because you got to understand there's going to be people on both sides on the jury. Some people gonna think maybe she got an attitude. Then some people gonna be like, why is the attorney being so rude? So, I mean, it can go either way.
Left her position and left the residence to stay with a friend in New York.
Left my position mean I left to get on a plane and go. I didn't tell them I quit. That didn't mean that I quit.
You didn't quit.
No.
Did you tell Officer Ellis that on 12/9/2025 you returned to the house just to get your property?
Yes, I was going to get my property.
But you were also going to work for a while first?
Basically, I was going to get my property. I was trying to get my money. I asked Mr. Diggs the next day about my money when I returned to the house.
And you kept on cooking and doing your job for a whole nother week, didn't you?
She was in a bad situation. It's clear the lady wanted her money. Like, is this uncommon? People work in jobs all the time and be treated like shit. Nene Leakes said that Bravo was racist, but yet what does she want to do? Go back and work for Bravo. So I get it, but they're using all of this against her. I mean, she wanted her money. She knew the only way to get it was to try to be nice to this asshole. But of course, they're going to use that against her, unfortunately.
No, I stopped cooking. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't cook over the weekend because I said on the 11th, I asked Mr. Diggs in front of his mother and Shy Charles about my pay.
Okay.
That was another text.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
On several days of that week, you simply kept doing your job, right?
And asking for my pay.
That's a yes or no question now.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You kept doing your job.
Yes.
Officer Ellis was wrong when he wrote that you left your position on 12/2.
I left the house. So him putting position didn't mean that I left my job as a chef. I left the house on December 2nd.
So you told Officer Ellis that you left your position, but you meant you left the house to go to New York.
So I left for the day. It wasn't that I was saying I quit or saying it in a way that I quit my job. I didn't say that.
You've mentioned Mr. Diggs' assistant, Sunny, a couple of times, right?
Stealing Sunny, yes.
I'm sorry?
Stealing Sunny, that's what he calls her.
Got it. And I'd ask
You gotta shut up now. You doing too much. Okay, girl, you doing too much now. She just said stealing, girl. Wait a minute.
wasn't she?
No,
Ms. Adams, you texted Sunny all the time, didn't you?
because that was my contact. Go to contact for payment, go to contact if I didn't have access to his card or I didn't have no money on my card to order food. And we would discuss things at work.
I'm going to show you a document. Take a look and see if you can recognize that as text messages between you and Sunny.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to see what this is.
Oh, of course. Sorry. Do you recognize that document as text messages between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach? Document doesn't have numbers on it, so I'm just going to do it through. Do you see where the messages start on Thursday, December 11th, 20 at 7:44 a.m.? You see that?
Yes.
And this is an exchange between you and Sunny, right?
Yes.
And you write to her, morning, did you change my door code, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were just talking about. Each door has its own door code in Steph Diggs' home, right?
Yes.
And you were having trouble getting into your door code on December 11th.
Yes.
And had you been having trouble getting into your door code since you got back on the evening of the 9th and 10th?
When I walked in on a knife, it pushed right open.
Okay. All right. So it changed in somewhere around there.
When the morning, maybe when I walked out the door, that morning I made breakfast. If I'm not mistaken, that's the morning that
Yeah, ma'am, I'm just going to stop you because
Okay.
it's not responsive.
all right.
All right. So on December 11th at 7:44, you asked Sunny, did you change my door code? And she says, no, I don't know the code. Right?
She doesn't have access to change code.
Okay. And she says, Rich? Question mark. Who's Rich?
Rich was like somebody that helped around the house.
He was like a maintenance guy.
I
Right.
don't call him that.
Someone to help around the house.
He did a lot of stuff for Mr. Diggs.
Okay.
He wasn't
And
a
he was at the
maintenance
house a
person.
lot, right?
If we need anything else, we would call Rich.
Okay. And you say to Sunny, I asked, he hasn't answered yet. And then you say they changed it, right?
Yes.
Sunny asks, who changed it?
Here, maybe we can see inside.
Jurors, are you all doing okay? Does anyone need a break? All right. Well, that's all right. Then.
All right, so you say they changed it, right? And Sunny asks, who changed it? And what did you say to Sunny?
He said they. He said they. So
What else did you say to Sunny?
He said, hey, so Steph and the his name is white bitch.
I'm sorry?
White. I said, he said they. So Steph and the white bitch.
When you said, he said they, did he
No. Yeah. Yes.
And the they, who is that?
Them two together.
So your testimony is, so the white bitch, is that Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So was that the kind of thing you said to your coworker?
Yes, because she called me a bitch first.
I see. You were kind of friendly with Sunny.
Yes.
You shared stuff with her.
Sonny disliked her too.
Okay. You shared that.
They had their own thing before I came.
And then if I could ask you to turn to tab D in your binder, which is Exhibit 4. And I'm sorry to do this, but if you could look the numbers at the bottom right, the number that begins, that ends 178. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that text exchange with Sunny, that was at 7:44 a.m. on December 11th.
Yes.
All right. And if you look at these messages on page 178 of Exhibit 4, this blue message at the top is something that you sent on December 11th, 7:52 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you sent it to Steph.
Yes.
What did you say to Steph?
Did Lindsay change my door code? And why can't I get into my room?
Okay. And then you and Steph kind of have a back and forth about the codes and why can't you get in, right?
Yes.
All right.
I remember that. That's not listed here though.
And meanwhile, you're also having a text exchange with Sunny about Steph and the white bitch, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stated at sidebar that objections stand.
Thank you, Anna. So you and Steph have some back and forth that same morning, December 11th, right? In text message. And he explains to you, if you can turn the page to 2 pages in, page 180. He explains to you, I didn't know if you were if he was going to come back or not, so I had him changed. Right?
Stefon know why he had that door lock changed.
Is that what he wrote to you on December 11th in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond? It's right there on the same page in the blue bubble.
Lord.
Lord. And if you can turn the page, Steph wrote, shit you was saying, it was like it was over with. I was like, well. You understood he was talking about the text fight you had on December 2nd, right?
No.
Yeah. What did you respond to Steph?
I said no.
I'm sorry?
I said no. I didn't say yeah.
You didn't understand that he was talking about the last time that you saw each other on December 2nd, which is the day you got in a text fight about Lindsay and you not going to Miami?
Me and Stefon had arguments all the time. Like, not all the time, often, and it would just fly over. But it didn't turn into a fight like it did. I needed to come back to get my things.
Let's see what did you respond to Stefon on December 11th? And this is now 9 days after you were assaulted, supposedly.
I was assaulted. It wasn't supposedly.
What did you respond to Steph?
was very emo. Sorry I made you feel that way. I don't want to leave. I want to stay to take care of you as long as I need you.
And you sent him a second message.
Really sorry, Steph.
You were angry with him on December 2nd. You already
I
testified to that.
needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
I'm sorry. You were texting?
I needed to be.
Now, does anybody understand that part? I mean, it's some people out here like that. In order for you to get what you need, even if they owe it to you, you got to be nice. And that's what I said. I said, I believe she knew that if she didn't be nice or whatever, it was that she wouldn't get her money. Y'all got to understand it is people out here like that, because I just still don't understand why he just didn't pay the lady. We probably wouldn't even be watching this. So it seems like she was in a vulnerable situation and know that if she didn't do, be nice, go back or whatever, that she wasn't going to get paid. I don't know. That's kind of that's what she's saying now.
Nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
Let's talk about your pay.
Yes.
You admit that you were apologizing to him about December 2nd, your behavior, don't you?
I was being nice to Stefon to get back in his good graces to get paid.
You were apologizing for your
Not
behavior.
by choice.
You were apologizing to Stefon Diggs by text.
Now, can anybody identify that? I know you must have somebody, they don't have to be in your life, but somebody that you may have known from your previous life that no matter what they did, even if they were wrong, it almost seemed like you were the one that was always apologizing for something that they did. I'm just saying this because just given his posture in court, he just got the I don't give a F attitude. I mean, we don't know if he did it, but I'm just going off of his behavior. It just looks like he don't give a damn. Now, one thing, that I can say about him is I'm always skeptical when other people are coming out saying you putting your hands on them too, because it makes me think, okay, so everybody is lying on you. I mean, some people do lie and make up stuff, but when you have a series of people saying that you be putting your hands on them, they probably not lying.
On December 11th, for your behavior on December 2nd.
Not by choice.
Is that a yes?
That's a not by choice.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know what that would be, a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
The witness is saying she can't answer that yes or no.
She definitely seems to be in her emotions, and she definitely seems to like him, which is, I don't know. I mean, the man had all type of holes all up and through here. So I don't understand, but she does appear to have some kind of feelings for him even right now.
All right, so your claim, I guess, is that Steph owed you money.
It's not a guess. Stefon did back wages.
You were
Wages
paid-
owed.
You were
It was
paid-
wages. I think you should use the correct language.
The correct language
It's
for your
wages.
civil lawsuit.
I don't have a civil lawsuit.
You were paid $2,000 per week to cook for him, right?
Yes.
And if you used your own money to buy groceries, you were reimbursed for that.
Yes.
And when you were hired to work as Steph's chef, you didn't have to fill out a job application, right?
I stated previously, me and Stefon had an interpersonal relationship that was professional.
So is that a no? I did not.
I don't
have
know how to
fill-
answer that question. Yes
Did
or
you
no?
fill out a job application?
I don't know how to answer that question. Yes or no?
Ma'am, did you fill out a job application?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Next question.
You didn't have any employment contract or anything.
Yes, we did.
Did you sign a written employment contract?
We had a verbal text contract.
Okay. You didn't have to interview with anyone to get the job, right?
He knew my skills.
So, and this is what irritates me about this attorney. if you are talking to the owner, which he is the owner, and he hire you, who in the FUCK would she interview outside of him? Come on now, let's ask some questions that make some sense. Her asking, who else did you interview with? If he reached out to her via text and say, listen, I want you to be my chef. I want you to cook for me. Who else goes? I mean, come on now, lady. Stop asking these dumbass questions.
So on December 1st, this is the day before you say you were assaulted, you submitted an invoice to be paid, didn't you?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, so you weren't just automatically paid?
I was supposed to be. They sent maybe 2 automatic payments, and then the rest was I would have to go through Sunny.
Right. You'd have to confirm with Sunny you worked that week, right?
I would have to, not that confirm, I lived there, so it was never a confirmation.
She was there a lot too, right?
No,
Okay. So you did have to confirm with Sunny if you worked there or not.
not that I worked. I had to confirm with Sunny my reimbursements. I lived there.
Now, December 1st, what you did was you took an invoice for money you claimed you were owed, right?
It's not a claim, it's money that I was owed.
You submitted an invoice on December 1st for payment, right?
I don't recall. I don't know the exact date.
Right. He is not McDonald's. That part. Like, what are you saying? Like, he makes his own decisions.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
It's an email dated December 4, 2025 from Melissa Goddard.
I saw that in a text screenshot. That email that Melissa has of mine was not working at the time. This was a screenshot that Stefon sent me. I never received this email.
Okay. This is an email from Melissa Goddard.
I never received it to my email.
Did you see the text of this message before?
I seen a screenshot similar. I
You
can't
know.
recall
You know
the
you
exact
have.
message.
Would you like me to give you a document to
Sure.
refresh you?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I am, if you want to give the jury a break, it's just going to take me a couple of minutes.
Why don't we just take a 5-minute stretch break?
Yes, Your Honor. I just don't want to waste time.
Okay, what are y'all saying in the chat? What y'all saying in the chat? Woo, this is one long ass trial. I'm going to read some of y'all comments while I'm waiting for the next half. Y'all, we've been on here for dang near 4 hours, 3 hours and something. What are y'all saying in the chat? Just give me a second. Somebody said you can tell she's getting emotional. Yeah, she's very, emotional. Most definitely emotional. Was he still hitting that when he was with? I mean, do we need to guess? I mean, this is not like an upstanding boyfriend. He hitting everybody, isn't he? I believe her. I just wish she had some proof. Lesson: don't mix business with pleasure. Yeah, I don't understand what that's all about. I don't know what that's all about. She was in love and that ruined her business, lived there, got eggplant. So he's sitting there looking. Oh, y'all funny. Stefon was hitting everything while Cardi. wait a minute. While he was with Cardi. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really don't. I just don't understand why people be so interested in men like that. But I guess. Wait, I gotta.
I'm watching.
And then which are two stills taken from over the week. You did, but you took an invoice for money you claimed.
So I was just looking to see, yeah, this is gonna be a mess. I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell y'all how this is going to go over for her. I really don't know. Let's see here. Just give me a second here. All right, y'all. Give me a second. I'm about to go get the other audio. Oops, I'm sorry. So I do have a little bit more, and then it's going to pretty much end here. Just give me a second. Okay, right here. So it's almost to the end. I think it's probably about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes or so. And it's pretty much to the end. Probably got about another 10 minutes or so, like something.
What? All rise.
All right, this is
Sergeant McCombs back in session. You may be seated.
got about another 30 minutes of it, y'all. So make sure if you guys can hit the like button, please. We've been on here for almost 4 hours.
We're just looking at an email, and you didn't remember, you said you hadn't received it in that form. If you can turn the page, did you see the invoice?
Yes.
And that was your invoice, right?
Yes.
And you said on that invoice dated December 1st, right?
Yes.
That you were owed payment of $2,000 for three weeks in November, right?
Yes.
And you were owed grocery reimbursement for $3,179.06, right?
Yes.
And that was what you submitted to get payment.
Yes.
And you said you didn't receive this email, but you remembered getting it by text message, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have read and you remember seeing the substance of this email, true?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a response to your invoice, right?
I don't recall because Stefon was refusing to pay me for the week he sent me home.
Well, Melissa Goddard writes on December 4th. I appreciate you may not have received this on December 4th, but she writes, "Thank you for providing an invoice. I've attached a readable PDF." Hang on. Yeah. And it turned out, Ms. Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
I'm laughing. You said Tasha K has Stefon on her thumbnail. Listen, Tasha ass is going down. I actually was going to talk about her today and I forgot about this trial. Tasha ain't learned nothing. She going to do what she do. Yes, she got Stefon on her damn thumbnail. Yes, she does.
This is missing a whole lot of stuff.
The yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach? You may.
This is how people with money is treated with superiority.
Changes between you and Sonny?
Yes.
Dated December 9, 2025?
Yes.
And you're the person in the bubbles on the left?
Yes.
And you write to Sonny, hey, so I looked over my transfers, payment history, and they sent payments, 11/7 and 11/21, totaling $4,000. See that?
Yes.
So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
Y'all, I feel so bad for her because this is what I just learned. The lady just said she had expenses for food that she bought. So if she did say she gets reimbursed, but she looked to have been buying the food. So if she gets reimbursed for buying the food, that is just for buying the food. She still has to get paid for the job. Now, I don't know what's going to happen, but it seems like what I've heard so far is maybe she got reimbursed for the food that she bought, but not the actual job. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm going to jump back on here, but I'm just trying to think ahead because she did say that she bought food, but you hear how the attorney is like, you did get reimbursed or you did get paid. I think there's 2 things going on here.
Did you know?
I don't know. I was trying to address you by your name because I'm sorry. I'm not this. I don't know. I can't answer that question correctly.
You knew on December 9th that you had been paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you said you hadn't been paid for, didn't you?
I don't understand the question.
You just acknowledged you wrote it to Sonny.
I was supposed to be paid for the week I was sent home.
Okay.
So I sent the incorrect amount because I didn't know he wasn't paying me for that week.
Right. So you sought $6,000 instead of $2,000.
That's my calculations was
right. And so that last week, that was a week you didn't work, right?
because I was sent home.
Right. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking.
Mr. Diggs sent me home because he had.
Okay, let's stop it right there. So again, what I was thinking was right. She's saying that if you, and this is so frustrating because I get you work for your client, but even in working for a client, I'm not going to get up there and make myself look like an idiot. Now, I feel like the attorney is kind of making herself look like an idiot because if she signs a contract, contracts can be verbal. And I just want y'all to know now that we got texting somebody, that could be a form of a contract. She said they text and that they had this communication going and that she was going to cook for him, stay with him, and she had let her place go. The moment that he terminates the contract, you still should have to pay her for that time because essentially what she can't do now is accept other work because she's working for you. Now, the fact that you fired her, okay, she's open now. She can probably get some more work, but is it going to happen the next day? Absolutely not. What she's saying is she didn't get paid. And this is what I'm hearing for the days that she was let go, which essentially, if they have a contract, you have to pay her. It's the same thing with a lease, anything that you sign and say, hey, I'm going to pay this amount for 12 months. If you decide to get out of it, you know, potentially could, you know, have to pay that person. But it's frustrating to kind of listen to this because I believe that the attorney understands what she's saying, but she's having more, you know, I guess a good time with trying to make her look stupid. And I'm just like, girl, that is not what is being portrayed here. And I could kind of understand how she's getting frustrated because she's kind of repeating herself over and over again. And it's a lot.
Girls at the
Ma'am,
house.
Whatever you're going to
I
add
should
is
be
not
paid.
responsive, Your Honor.
Yes. Ms. Adams,
I'm
you
sorry.
understand the question you're being asked?
I don't
Answer
understand.
her question. Answer Attorney Silva's question, all right, if you can. If it's confusing to you, she will restate it. Counsel, did you restate your question?
Yes. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking that week, right?
No.
Okay. If you can turn back to tab D, page that.
It's almost like you are trying to belittle her because, lady, you are an attorney. If somebody signs a contract for service and, you know, with you as their attorney, you can send them bills up the wazoo and say, hey, you know, you fired me, but before you fired me, I did this work. So it's kind of similar. She's bought groceries for your house. So it's a lot of, you know, interworking parts. And I feel like she's not acknowledging it, but trying to make it seem like the girl is lying. But she has explained this. She said this already. So it's almost like, okay, let me say it like this to make her look like a liar. Let me say it like this. And it's almost frustrating because it's like, girl, you understand exactly what she's saying. I understand, you know, you working for your client, but is there a better way to work for your client to not try to make it seem like she's really lying? Because it don't seem like, you know, I get the burden of proof is on her, but if this is your only recourse to make her look like a liar and you're just pretty much recycling everything she said, you're just trying to turn it around. It's exhausting.
That ends 171. This is Exhibit 4. It has been marked and admitted into evidence. Let me know when you get there.
I'm in D.
You there?
Mm-hmm.
So these are both, on this page, these are both blue bubbles. So this is your text messages, right?
Yes.
All right. And on December 9th, 2025 at 2:27, you text Steph Diggs, right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Steph Diggs on
Hi.
December 9th? Do you need help finding it?
What's the last?
171. I can help you find it if it was easier.
I said, can she call?
I'm sorry, the second.
I think she's articulating herself perfectly.
Read the second message
Yes, please.
without
I mean,
reading
perfectly.
the
You
messages
can read
before.
the first and we can talk about who you're asking about. That's fine.
I was told to contact Melissa about my pay.
Okay.
So I responded, can she call me or can I call her?
And Melissa, just so the record's clear, is Melissa Goddard, right?
Yes,
She's Steph Diggs' bookkeeper.
that's what I was told.
She's the person who wrote that email on December 4th informing you that you had been already paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you were looking for, right?
I didn't receive that email.
Understood. So you were asking if she could call you or you could call her, right?
I was told to
You were
reach out
told
to
you
her.
could talk to her, right?
Yes,
And you never called her, did you?
yes, I did.
What did you say in the second
I
text
asked him
bullet?
for the number.
I'm sorry. And
I
what did
asked him for Miss Melissa Goddard's number.
the number is right on the email that you got in text form.
But that was later time.
This was December 4th. The email is from December 4th. The text message you're about to read is 5 days later, December 9th.
What I'm trying to say to you is that text message was sent at a later date to me.
On December 9th, you acknowledged to Sunny that you knew you had been overpaid. I'm sorry.
Overpaid?
I'm sorry.
Underpaid.
You knew that 4 of the $6,000 you were seeking, you had already received. And the last week that you hadn't been paid for was the week you weren't there. And now if you can read this text message that you sent to Steph Diggs on that same day, December 9th.
Hi. So I looked over the payments
Hi, so I looked over the payments. Are you not paying me for the week you told me to go home? If not, that's fine. And just for my past employers, when I'm asked not to work, I'm still paid because I'm only with them for the season. It was supposed to say them. It said the season.
So that takes care of all of the weeks that you said you weren't paid for on December 1st, right?
And I knew I was reading into this correctly. It is her understanding that when she takes on an assignment and I'm supposed to be with this person for this specific amount of season or whatever, then I get paid. Now, it's your desire. If you desire, okay, I don't want you here. What she said is in the past, I've been paid. And I get it because listen, I don't know if you guys have ever did contract work, but I have did contract work. And if I do a job for somebody for a week, I still get paid for the 2 weeks. So I kind of understand where she's going with this. And I don't think that she can't articulate herself. I think she articulates herself well, but sitting on the stand and people, constantly, coming at you. And I kind of feel like the district attorney is just an amateur because why is it, the district attorney objecting to some of this? So I think her understanding is that she would have been paid for the days that she didn't work because of their contract. Contracts can be verbal or written. I mean, it is clear that they had some kind of contract because she did receive the amount that she said she was getting paid. She had received it at least for some payments. Now, it would be a discrepancy. Let's say if he sent her $1,000, then he could say, well, I never told you I was going to give you 2,000. I said 1,000. But it's clear he knew that he was giving her 2,000 because he had been paying it. So the discrepancy as it goes to the contract, I don't think it's really a discrepancy because he had paid it. So therefore it is acknowledged and they both seem to be on the same page with her being paid. So I don't think that is the discrepancy. The discrepancy is she feels like she was supposed to get paid after she was no longer there. And then you guys heard the attorney say, well, were you cooking? Were you cooking in the kitchen? But it's her understanding that because they had this contract, you are obligated to pay me. If you decide to let me go, then you still have to pay me.
The weeks that I sent to him calculated was adding in that week.
Right. 2 weeks you had already been paid for. 1 week you didn't work, and you told Stefon December 9th, if you don't want to pay that, that's fine. Right?
Yes.
All right. You also sought $3,179.06 in reimbursement for money you claimed you spent on groceries.
Yes.
That was on December 1st.
That's the day I sent the email.
Okay.
The text to Sunny.
And you knew.
So it's very easy for me to understand this. So I think like if you've never done contract work, it may be difficult for you. So as it relates to a contract, contracts do not have to be in writing. A contract can be a verbal contract as long as we both understand that you're paying me $2,000. It does not have to be in writing. Now, as long as we both understand that you're paying me $2,000. It don't have to be in writing. What we do know is it was understood because she, in fact, did receive some payments. Now, had those payments been $500 or $1,000, now that's a discrepancy because I said you should pay me $2,000, but you didn't pay me $2,000. So what I'm simply saying is there is no dispute about what amount she's supposed to be paid because he had already paid it previously. Now, the next question is, she's speaking about, like right now, I think she's saying $3,000 or $4,000 in food. Let's say she was paid $2,000 a week, or, for 2 weeks, she done made $4,000. Now, if I'm taking this $4,000 now going to back by food, guess what? You got to give me my $4,000 back. So there's a bunch of different issues going on with regards to her saying that she's owed money. But where it seems to get irritating for me is the attorney is not acknowledging that. She's just saying, but you did get paid, but you did get paid. So if he did pay her for working and she is supposed to be reimbursed for food, she didn't get paid for the food. And now she's saying, okay, you didn't pay me for that. And then also you owe me because you sent me home and I didn't get a chance to fulfill the, those other 6 weeks. I understand it. So I feel like she is definitely communicating effectively. I think that the attorney is purposely making her look like a liar. And it just goes to, kind of make me think, is this their only strategy? Because it's really weak. I mean, I get it. You're trying to make it seem like she's lying about this, but then you have to understand the people on the jury, they're sitting there and they're either going to believe it or they're not. The things that she's saying she's lying about is really insignificant. It's not like she said he choked me and then told somebody else he didn't choke me. So I don't know if I buy her strategy at all.
That you needed to submit receipts to justify that level of expense on groceries.
That's what I did. Yes.
Is your testimony here under oath that you submitted receipts justifying $3,179.06 spent on groceries out of your money?
Somebody said, who spends $4,000 on food? Have you ever went to Whole Foods? Now, I have never spent $4,000 on food, okay? But if you ever went to Whole Foods or any of those, I think it's like Market Fresh, there's a bunch of little very expensive places where I live. So I don't know about spending $4,000 on food at one time, but I would imagine if you're going to those really expensive places, I think it can be done because while I don't spend $4,000 at one time, I have went to the store, especially recently with the hike of food prices, and I ain't got shit for $400. Now I didn't spend $4,000, but that little $400 of food that I've got was probably about 4 or 5 days, and that's because I have 2 sons. So I don't know about the 4,000, but I would imagine, if you're buying this high price, meats and stuff, I think, you can probably get there, but just not me. I'm not spending $4,000. I'm gonna lose some weight and be skinny. Okay.
It was messed up. Was off. Something was off. Some receipts were the wrong receipt and we cleared it up.
So something was messed up about that.
Yes.
Money, right?
Yes.
You talked about an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. Melissa asked you to return an NDA, right?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. Sonny asked me.
You received an email from Melissa Goddard on December 13th, right?
Melissa and Sonny, I was having problems with the email, the same email.
Yes or no question, ma'am.
I can't answer that correctly.
May I approach, Your Honor? You may. You recognize that as an email you received from Melissa Goddard on December 13th?
Yes.
And the subject line is NDA payment?
Yes.
She tells you she's Melissa, Mr. Diggs's bookkeeper, right?
Yes.
So you hadn't talked to her before December 13th because she's introducing herself right now.
Yes.
Okay. She says, please return the completed NDA provided to you by Sonny to this email address, right?
Yes.
This is required for employment with Mr. Diggs or any of his entities. Right?
Yes. That's
Sonny has an NDA, doesn't she?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't talk to Sonny about her business, but Mr. Diggs.
All right. You had some text messages with Mr. Diggs on December 13th, right after you got that email, didn't you?
I don't recall the date. I would like to see.
Let's go back to Exhibit 4. It's tab D, page 195. Let me know when you're there, please. You there?
Mm-hmm.
And again, this big blue text bubble right here at the top, that's from you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you write to Steph on December 13, 2025, you sitting here playing in my face. It's 700 some comments and none saying you effing Lindsay. Not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog? You're still talking about that blog, that anonymous blog that caused you to get mad at Steph on December 2nd, right? When he chose to believe Lindsay over you.
Somebody said she don't believe herself. Y'all
I'll clarify. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. On December 13th, you're still mad about the issue that led to Steph believing Lindsay over you.
From my recollection, he didn't.
I'm sorry. On December 13th.
I can't answer that question correctly. My recollection, he did. Without the previous text from Mr. Diggs.
You write, not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog?
Mr. Diggs.
You believe it and now sign an NDA. That, send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Isn't that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. You were mad about the NDA because you thought you had to sign it because Steph believed you leaked something, right?
Yes.
Didn't have anything to do with an assault.
What did you say? I don't understand your
You
question.
thought the fact that you were being asked to sign an NDA was an indication that Stefon still didn't trust you.
No,
right?
no.
Then, but you're talking about Lindsay and a blog to him the same day you get an email from Melissa asking you to sign an NDA, right?
Stefon knew that I know.
Yes
so
or no
I
question,
can't
ma'am.
answer that question without explaining.
If
Sorry.
I told someone that why it's not in a blog, you believe it and now sign an NDA. Those are your words, right?
It was now signing day after you assault me. I had information on you.
You didn't
And you
say
think I was leaving.
Ma'am, it's not responsive. You didn't say anything about an assault when you talked about an NDA, did you?
It does not change the fact that I was assaulted.
You talked about Lindsay in a blog and he
It
believed in
does not
Lindsay.
change the fact I was assaulted.
The first time you connected an NDA with an assault was when you went in to talk to Officer Ellis on December 16th to make a police report, right?
Yes, because I noticed the behavior.
And that was the same officer that you didn't need to be honest with about some of the details about your relationship with Steph, what happened on December 2nd, when you left your position, why you went back to his house on December 9th. True?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
All of those things that you said to Officer Ellis on December 16th were not true. You had a fight with Stefon Diggs on December 2nd over text about Lindsay and a blog and him believing Lindsay. Not about money, right?
It was about money. The last text that I sent to Mr. Diggs was about money.
It was a bit of a compound question.
Yes.
It's true, Your Honor. Let's turn back to the text messages between you and Steph after you sent that text message to him on the 13th, connecting the NDA with Steph's believing Lindsay.
Here y'all go with the comments saying that this lady ain't pretty. You said how does she look like his mother? She doesn't look old. Is it that because she doesn't have a wig on? She doesn't have a big wig. She doesn't have the long eyelashes or a pound of makeup. She doesn't look like his auntie. Her skin is beautiful. Her hair is nice looking. It'd be crazy how y'all come in the chat and try to say somebody look ugly. And then if I click on y'all's profile picture, I just don't like when people do that. Like, y'all need to stop trying to talk about people. And some of y'all be ugly for real in real life. Like, y'all really be ugly. And y'all be really talking about people. And you be ugly. Some of y'all ain't got no hair. Some of y'all got bad skin. And y'all really be talking about people. I don't get it. This girl is not ugly at all. Some of y'all wish y'all did look this cute and didn't have to have on a pound of makeup and wigs. Y'all is funny, for real, for real. Ain't nothing ugly about her.
I didn't say believe in Lindsay.
No question in front of me at the moment. You and Stefon got in another text argument about that issue, right? And if you could turn to page 201.
They crack me up with that. It's like when you see a naturally nice looking person, you say she look like an auntie or she look like this. But what is so auntie-ish about her? Like, she and her natural self. Some of y'all don't even like y'all natural self. Y'all would never show your real hair. You will never show your face without makeup. You will never show your natural state. So when you see it, you perceive it as ugly, really, because you really don't like yourself. Because I don't see the ugly that y'all keep putting in the chat. Like, what's ugly? I'm so confused.
The green bubble is Stefon, right?
Yes.
And he writes to you on December 13th. Here you go. Don't worry about Melissa, and you don't got to worry about working moving forward. I never told nobody not to pay you. They said you owed money. You knew that, right?
No.
You knew that Melissa calculated the receipts that you submitted and determined that you had been overpaid. Didn't you?
No.
Okay. They said you owed money, says Steph to you on December 13th. Here go that bread you was supposedly owed, I guess. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes.
And he Apple paid you $2,000, didn't he?
Yes.
And then he left another $2,000 on the stair railing in his home for you.
And that was for the week that I was there.
That was for the week of December 9th when you worked, right?
Yes.
And he asked you 3 times in your text message, what else do I owe you? And you never gave him a number, did you?
I said they owe me grocery. I had given Sonny the grocery reimbursement, the person that was my contact for giving receipts to.
I thought you just testified there was a mix-up with the numbers.
Yes, but I had talked to her about that. We had came up with the exact numbers after she added up the receipts.
You understood that Steph fired you that day, right?
I was leaving.
Okay. But you waited until he told you you don't have to work here anymore, and he paid you $4,000.
I came back for my money because I didn't have money to leave.
So the record's clear. You came back on December 9th.
To get my money that I was owed.
You worked. And then on December 13th, Steph told you you didn't need to work there anymore, right?
I'd already had in my mind that I was quitting. I just came back to get my money.
Now, okay, with her saying that she was going to quit, then my next question then, if you are going to quit, now you can't charge him for saying that he fired you, because then if you were going to quit, then it was seem like it was mutually agreed that you wanted to leave and he wanted you to leave. So with that stated, then I don't think now that I mean, she just said this, right? I don't think that he should pay you because I mean, unless he owes you something, but if you guys had a contractual obligation and you just said you were going to quit, then you guys both mutually agreed that y'all was going to go your separate ways. So it's interesting to know now what is the actual amounts that's owed, because if I agree, if I'm going to do a job for somebody for 3 weeks and I agree I don't want to work here no more, y'all getting on my nerves. And even if we have a contract, you know that contracts can mutually be broken. If we both agree that I don't want you here and I don't want to be here, then I'm going to walk away. I don't owe you and you don't owe me. So now I'm a little bit kind of wanting to understand, like, what is it that she's owed? Now I know she spoke about her groceries. Let's hear it. Maybe it's the groceries, but if it was a mutual thing, then I don't know what more she would want out of this.
You were furious with Steph on December 13th, weren't you?
No,
No?
no.
Do you remember that Shy Charles was actually at Steph's house that day?
Yes,
And she was braiding his hair
yes,
and she was staying downstairs. She was going to stay overnight.
yes,
And she finished braiding his hair around midnight.
yes,
And then you came down from your room to talk to Shy.
yes.
And you did that because she was your friend.
My coworker, we were cool.
And she's the person you spent that week in New York with, December 2nd, the day you were supposedly assaulted, until December 9th, when you came back to the Dedham house, right? And you sat with Shy and you talked to her until 3 in the morning, didn't you?
Yes,
You told her you were finished with Steph Diggs, didn't you?
I told her in the middle of the week I was coming back to get my money, and I was trying not to be there when she came to braid his hair.
You made Shy a kind of confession in that conversation, didn't you?
A kind of confession.
Yeah.
So listen, I understand being reimbursed, but let me make sure you understand. If my pay is 2,000 a week, what in the hell, how in the hell am I spending 4,000? That's 2 times what I get paid. So I think also it should have been an amount that she was willing to spend. Cause girl, ain't no way in hell they was gonna run up a bill with $4,000. I mean, your one check is only two. So you're using multiple checks to buy food. I would have never bought that. Like the most I would have bought is 200. Like if it's anything over 200, I ain't buying it because I'm not understanding why she got indebted for $4,000 and you only, if he's paying you 2,000 a week, how can you even afford to buy $4,000 of food? I don't understand how that's happening. I really don't.
You told her Steph was going to pay.
No, I did not. I do not recall.
I'm going to remind you you're under oath, and I'll ask you that question again. Did you or did you not sit with Shy Charles on December 13th, a few hours after you were fired from your job, and tell Shy that Steph Diggs was going to pay?
No.
Now, I think that's a lie. I think whoever this person is that's saying she said that, I think that's a lie. Because why would she tell somebody that worked for him this? Now, whoever this person is probably going to testify that she said it. And if they do, she probably going to lose the case. But y'all know how these people play. Why would she? First of all, she didn't even tell the police that they were in a relationship. So what would be her motivation for telling the employee that he's going to pay? Now, I feel like this part is some kind of setup part where they're going to just have this girl or whoever to come and say, yeah, she told me that. But yeah, I don't believe that.
Did you tell Shy you were going to sue Stefon?
No.
So after you were fired on the 13th, you stayed in the house, I think you said 2 more days, right?
I wasn't fired.
After Steph Diggs told you you didn't need to work there anymore and paid you all the money
That day you went back
that
to.
you claimed you were owed, you stayed in the house for 2 more days, right?
I had to get a plane ticket and I had to find somewhere to stay.
Okay. And then when you left his house, you went to the Dedham police station.
No.
You went to the Dedham police station on December 16th.
I left his house on the 15th.
You testified, and on your direct examination, you left on the 16th.
I left Stefon's house on the 15th. I went to Dedham Police Station on the 16th.
Okay. And you told them he'd assaulted you 14 days before.
On December the 2nd.
And you had to pick a day that was long enough ago that it would explain why you didn't have any injuries, right?
Objection.
Oh, they finally objecting. It's about time.
Part of the lesson you were going to teach Steph was to make a false police report. Isn't that true?
Objection.
Well, I'll ask a different question. Your report that you made, it's missing a lot of detail. Would you agree?
Yes, I was afraid to tell the relationship between me and Stefon Diggs.
It's missing more than that.
No,
Right?
it's not.
In your opinion, it isn't. Okay.
It's missing more of the text that was shared in the morning.
Okay.
It would have exposed a lot of things, and I still was trying to protect him and myself.
You actually recanted your own statements, didn't you?
No, I can't.
So you know the criminal complaint in this case issued on December 29th. Right? You know
What?
that.
No, I don't know that.
Well, you were the complainant in the case. Is it your testimony you weren't notified that this case was going to be brought forward to the court?
I don't recall. I don't.
It was big news.
I don't. No one reached to me that I recollect.
You reached out to Steph's girlfriend at the time after this complaint was made public, right?
Because in the police report.
So this is the part y'all want to hear. She reached out to one of his girlfriends because we know he got a lot of hoes, okay? So I think this is the part where they're going to talk about Cardi B, but probably not because we got about 2 or 3 more minutes and it's going to end. So they'll pick back up on this tomorrow.
I had not listened to the voice note. I just read the voice note. I was afraid she knew. I was afraid.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question.
I can't answer that question.
After this complaint became public on December 29th,
This girl funny.
you reached out to Steph's girlfriend, didn't you?
I can't recall the date, but yes.
May I approach your honor?
Counsel actually approached sidebar.
Yeah. Yep, y'all. So thank you so much. It did end. So y'all, tomorrow, I think I'm gonna have to get on here twice, y'all. I'm gonna have to go live twice tomorrow because this starts early and I would rather do it in the morning versus doing it in the evening. What do y'all prefer? What do y'all want to do? Y'all want me to do it in real time, or do y'all want me to just do this again today at the same time? What do y'all prefer? What do y'all want to do? Y'all want me to go on early tomorrow and just like do it in the beginning, or just do the same thing like I did today? Just do it afterwards. Real time. Okay. All right, cool. Real time. Okay. Somebody said same time. No, so I'll still get back on the same time tomorrow, but I would like to do it in real time. So I'll get back on tomorrow and still do a live at this time, but I would like to do it in real time because I kind of missed it. She better her story straight. So tomorrow I'm going to do it in real time, but I'll be back here. Remember I said Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. I'm going to, be doing live. So I'll still do it tomorrow, but actually I generally work out, but I missed it tonight. I missed it. So generally I work out at 6:30. So I was going to do my lives from like 4 to 6 and then go work out because it's right up the street. So what I'll do tomorrow is I'll do this early in real time and then we'll like come back in the evening and then we'll kind of talk about it that way. But I enjoyed you guys. Before you leave, if you can please hit the like button. I really, really appreciate it. You know, as content creators, when you guys like the video, it helps the video to move throughout the algorithm. So I appreciate you guys, and you have a great rest of your day. See y'all tomorrow.